Let's go. Hello, hello, hello. What is up? What is up? How are you? How are you? How's it going, everyone? Thank you, thank you. How's it going? Thank you, guys. How's everyone doing tonight? Hey, Matt. How's it going? I saw you there. Thanks, bro. You know, thank you. I've been trying that format out, trying to spend less time like editing my lives down into 1 minute formats and trying to engage more with comments. And hi, what's up, Jaxie? Hey, Megan, Claire. Oh, what's up, Nar4? How's it going, man? Jay Shellaman, what's up, dude? Nice to see you. How's it going, everyone? Well, we got some cool science things tonight. We're going to be doing, you know, some cool stuff. Hanging out. Wait, what? They don't? Oh, Sarah Ann, let's go. Oh my gosh, are we going to start the stream off with a vaccine party already? Okay, Sarah Ann's got one. Let's go. Hey, Matt. Thanks for the follow, dude. All right, guys. Well, so, Sarah Ann, here we go. We got to turn on the board for Sarah Ann. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh, let's go. That was not the right cue. I don't know why that happens sometimes. Here we go. This. There we go. Yes. What's a vaccine fact? What's a good vaccine fact, everyone? Yes. Oh my gosh, pro-vax and we vote. I love that. Oh, that's a good question, Jay Shellaman. That's a good question. Okay, so Sarah Ann has one. Hey, what's up, MB Kami? How's it going? Let's do facts. We got what, 50 million people saved in the last 20 years. I think it was like 145 million in 50 years or something. Like the WHO numbers are wild. Let me see. Vaccine fact. Here we go. Let's check it out. Oh, this is a good one. I like this one. Okay, here we go. Ready? Vaccines now prevent. All right, here we go. Vaccine fact of the day. Coming in 3, 2, 1. All right. Vaccines now prevent over 30 life-threatening diseases. Yes. Incredible. Yes. Isn't that incredible? And green tea is 0, guys. Green tea is 0. Rosemary tincture still hasn't saved a single person or prevented a single disease. Just letting you guys know. Just letting you know. Your turmeric powder doesn't actually prevent you from, doesn't work as a vaccine. Just letting you guys know. For We're all on the same page, okay? I just want everyone to be on the same page. Okay, so Sarah Ann's got one. So this goes up to 67. We got to switch over here to the party mode. And wait for it. Wait for it. The production value of this stream has gone down so much. Here we go. Yes. Sarah Ann, thank you. Thank you for getting vaccinated. And here we go. Now it needs to go up. 3, 2, 1. Yes. Yes. Good job, guys. Good job. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, guys. I love it. I love it. All right. Incredible work, guys. I love it. On cannabis? I mean, for anxiety and stuff? I mean, sure, man. Why not? Chill with it, you know? Oh, nice, Angel. Good. Nice. Did you get vaccinated this week? Angel, did you get vaccinated this week? We're celebrating and pushing this number up. If you got vaccinated this week, we add you to the tracker. These are our vaccines. This is our vaccine. What we have done in the name of community and done in the name of making ourselves safer, and because vaccines are safe and effective, and it's true. Oh, nice, Jay Shellman. Let's go. Oh, hey, what's up, Liz? Thank you. Thank you. Hey, nice. Nice, MB. Nice. All vaccines are safe and effective, Joey. All vaccines. All right, anyone else? Anyone else got a vaccine this week? Anyone else? Anyone else? We can do this again. We'll do this again later. We'll do this again later. Don't worry, guys. We'll get you guys all that chance. Because everyone wants a chance. Liz, wait. Oh, you did? Wait, Liz, because that was like 5 people. Wait, Liz, which vaccines did you get? How many did you get? Oh, I'm excited, guys. Looks like Liz is doing some math. Flu. All right, Liz. Nice. Good job, guys. Liz got her flu vaccine. That's it. 3, 2, 1. Yes. Let's go, Liz. Make America vaccinated again. MAVA. Or we spam V's in chat. We spam V's in chat or MAVA. That's what we do. Make America vaccinated again. So the #1 vaccinated. Are we still Republicans, guys? Are we going to still do that? I think I like the fact. I like it. Got myocarditis. Myocarditis is actually 580% more likely to happen when you have COVID than the vaccine. But yeah, there's numbers. There's numbers involved. So I understand that you're getting a little lost already. I'm trying, though. I'm trying. That's actually very true from the Myocarditis Foundation. So it's I think that they know more about myocarditis than some random guy. Okay, Ruby Doo, get on in chat, dude. Let's get on it. Let's go. I'm excited. No guests yet. People running scared. It's okay. We're running out of naturopaths. Helen's in the chat. What's up? Oh, dude, Jay Shellerman. Thank you, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Appreciate you. I know, Mego. They are all the same, aren't they? A lot of it. It's called VAERS, VAERS. So that's the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, not FARES, FARES. FARES is what you pay when you're paying a toll on a. It's okay. It's all right. Oh, they're not sending their best people. You know what I mean? We've kind of gone through We've kind of gone through the best, I think, and we're trolling right now. Oh, it's just a typo for sure. Yeah, you accidentally mistyped 3 different characters at the same time. That's usually not what a typo is, but it's okay. We'll give it to you. It's okay. You can join. Anyone is welcome to join, guys. You don't have to be weird about it. It's okay. I won't bite. I'm vaccinated. Good job, anxious. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Voice and Velvet in the chat, guys. Voice and Velvet, guys, give Voice and Velvet a follow. Friend of the stream. Battling disinformation too on her side too. Voice and Velvet, really good channel to follow, guys. Check her out. Yeah, sure, dude. Yeah, whatever. Everyone's welcome to join. There's a lot of benefits to it, AJ, because people can get it in a lot of different ways, not just from sex. So, yeah. But maybe thinking about little kids and sex is what you do. But usually people are looking at it from a long-term health point of view. But that's kind of that's on you, bud. Oh, you probably don't have the. All right, guys. All right. Yeah, dude. Exactly. MB Kami. Thank you. V's. I love that. V. People know. Exactly, Bob. What's your take on reactions? Then should we try again? Which reactions? Which reactions? Yeah, AJ. It's definitely true, dude. Definitely. Oh, you're not on the thing, dude. Yeah, sorry. You're not on there, bro. Sorry, man. AJ19 is. Let's see what he has to say. Oh, Freddie girl. Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. Where did I get my PhD? University of California, Riverside. I got it delivering DNA to algae chloroplasts with carbon nanotubes. So using nanotechnology. It's pretty cool. It's pretty fun. People had done land plants before. People hadn't done algae before, and I was the first to do kind of that intersection. All right, Ruby, do too. I'll give you an invite then. Cool. Thanks for popping in, Ruby. Hi, Ruby. How's it going?
Hey, this is a joke, isn't it? You're not serious. Are you just trying to rage bait? Because certainly you know that America is aware of the harm that vaccines have caused to our children. In fact, the CDC made Merck Pfizer put a warning on their vaccine that it did cause heart damage in boys and young men.
Yeah, so it's just wrong. There's always going to be some type of side effects with everything.
From this product,
no, you're just speaking nonsense. No, that's just nonsense.
How many babies did you see in your emergency room after you gave them their vaccines for seizure disorders?
Yeah, that just doesn't happen. Yeah, that doesn't happen.
It sure does.
No, you're just speaking nonsense.
Every day. I work in the medical profession.
No.
And we know what the vaccines do.
Yeah, vaccines are safe and effective, and they help people. Yeah, there 1.2 million people died in the pandemic.
Shame on you,
and you
man.
are actually, whatever. You can believe that.
I see the evil in your eyes. And is Kamala Harris giving you a Target gift card to be up here, man?
Mm-hmm. How about you? So the pharma companies paying you in order to come
here?
Did
Waltz pay you to get up here and push this bullshit?
What do you think? Oh, you're so mad. You're so triggered.
I'm not mad.
How many
pharmaceutical? That you're probably joking. I think
I'm not joking. This is all vaccines that we have gotten as a community.
You're just taking a piss on all these people that are that are just, chomping at the bit to poison their kids.
Yeah, they're not poison. They're not poison.
Surely you're taking a piss on the
No. Are you trying to be
parents
British
who
now? Just
still
like how you're
haven't
trying to
done
be
their
smart? Is that
research.
what's happening?
Surely you're kidding.
What was that?
I mean,
Sorry, you broke up. You didn't have a response there for
rage
5
bait.
seconds.
You're just making a
is that
mockery
okay?
of these people that are begging for more vaccines. You're making a
Oh,
mockery of them, aren't you?
okay. No, we're
Is that what
actually
this
helping
is?
people.
Just
Yeah,
to get views?
yeah, vaccines
You're
are safe and
actually getting
effective.
people up here making a mockery of these people that are
No,
begging for more myocarditis. Yeah, give us more, Daddy.
no, it's not. No, you actually get
Give
more
our kids some more
myocarditis with the
ADHD, Daddy.
COVID-19.
Give our kids some more autism,
Mm.
Daddy. Give our kids
So you
some more
actually
learning
want to
disabilities,
spread
Daddy.
like
Give
preventable
ourselves some more.
diseases. You want to
Give us
spread
some more
deaths. You want to
autoimmune
spread
disorders, Daddy.
measles, rubella, mumps.
Get us some.
You
Get
want
us.
all of
Give us
that. You
some
know that
more
nobody can hear
Caesars
you when I talk
that
over you,
nobody
right? That
knows why
that my
they
mic
got
is louder
Caesars.
than yours. Do you know that?
Do you tell
Are
those?
you?
Do you tell those
Do
parents
are
that
viruses
their
real?
child should be
Do you think
lucky
that
to have a
viruses are real?
genetic disorder?
Do you think that
When
viruses
in
are real?
fact you know very
Let's
well
go
that
through the
that third
list.
MMR
Let's go through
is
the
what
list
did
right
it.
now. Do you think that viruses are real?
You enjoy telling
No, you
parents
don't.
that
You
you
do
don't know
not think that
why their
viruses are
baby's
real. All right, so
brain
we're
started
one for one.
swelling
Do you think that the
72
immune
hours
system is
after you
real?
gave them their shot?
Do you think that the immune system's real?
Do you sleep
Do you
at night
do you
telling
think that the moon
parents that
landing is
Ronald
real?
McDonald is
Do
going
you
to
think
fix
that the
their
moon
kids'
landing is
vaccine
real? Okay,
injury?
so she doesn't think that viruses are real. She doesn't believe in the immune system. Do you think that the moon landing is fake?
I didn't say any of that, clown.
I am, and
Don't put words in my
this is my
mouth.
show, so you're going to do what I tell
Don't
you to
put
do,
words
or
in my
you're going to get
mouth.
off. So that's what's going to happen right now. So
Don't
do
put
you
words
think?
in my mouth then.
Well, okay, so then answer the
You can't
questions.
just make
Then
shit up,
answer the
man.
questions.
You can't
Answer the
just sit here
questions.
and
Man
make
up
stuff
and answer the
up.
questions. Do you
You
have
can't just sit here and
viruses are
make
real or
stuff
not?
up.
Do you think that viruses are real or not?
Raggy.
Are you okay?
You're a clown. You're
Okay.
a joke. You have no
Oh.
business up here.
So do you think that viruses are real?
Do you think that that baby that came back
Nope.
into
So
the
you
ER
don't
with
again. So you don't
seizures
think that
wasn't
viruses
caused
are
by
real? Do you
your
think that the moon landing was
BCG shot?
faked?
You don't think that
Do you think that the moon landing was faked?
You don't think
Do you think that the moon landing was faked?
You don't think all these
Do you think that the
babies
moon
needing
landing was fake?
surgery- Are you going to let me
Do you think
talk,
that
or
the
are you
moon
just
landing
gonna
was
be a
faked?
clown?
Do you think that the moon landing was fake?
You think the moon landing was fake? What does that have to do with babies and
Tell me.
seizures,
Tell
buddy?
me. So you don't. So
What
you
does
think
that
that
have
it
to
was
do with
fake. So you do
brain
think that it was fake.
swelling,
Is
buddy?
space fake too? Is it just a projection?
What does that have to do with brain swelling?
So do you think
Huh?
that the space is fake? Do you think it's
What
just a
what does
projection?
space have to do with the baby's
Because
brain
it's about whether
swelling?
or not you accept science and the conclusions
does
that
it?
science
Well,
yields
what
from it or
does the
not, and you
moon
don't
have to do
accept
with
it.
seizure disorders
No, you
going
don't
up
accept science. You hate
75%?
science. You hate the scientific method, and that's what
What does
we're
that have
talking
to do with
about.
autoimmune disorders
Because we're
going up
talking about whether or not you
50% in the
accept
last
scientific
5
consensus or
years?
not, and you don't accept it. Do you think that the Earth is
You're a
flat?
clown.
Do you think
need
the
to
Earth is
comb your
flat?
hair. And try going to school
Do you think that the
somewhere
Earth
besides
is flat?
California.
Do you
You
think
look
the
like
Earth is
Gavin
flat?
Newsom, man. Are you related to Gavin Newsom?
Exactly.
You're
Look
like
at the
the
right. See, this
you're
is the
like the
thing. You have
dorkier
people
version
in
of
the chat
Gavin
that love you.
Newsom.
This is the thing that the moon landing is faked. Exactly. So this is what
He's
I'm
talking
just
about the
take
moon landing, but he
Yeah.
doesn't want to talk about
Yeah,
babies'
flat
brain
Earth. Do you think
swelling.
do you think that Earth is flat?
Do you think that babies' brains swell after
Do you think
giving
that the Earth is
BCG
flat?
shot?
Do you think you're against the vitamin K shot too, aren't you?
Do you think?
You think that
yeah,
you're
I sure the hell am, and you know
exactly.
very well
You're an
what that
absolute
does to our
psycho.
kids.
Do you understand that?
Yeah,
That
look
actually
that up.
that
Look
that it's
that
not
up,
even. You think that
chat. Look up what
vitamin K isn't even a
look up,
that's
look
not
what the
even a
vitamin K
vaccine.
shot does.
You don't. That's not even a vaccine. You have no idea what it is. That's just
Yeah, I do.
potassium. So in order to
It's
stop
to
brain
prevent
bleedings, that's
hemo-
all
it's
it
to
does is
prevent a
just
baby
prevent kids from having brain
bleeding out
swelling
from
and brain problems.
hemophilia,
That's
just in
it.
case there's
You
a
have no idea what you're talking about.
0.001%
You have
chance
no
that he has
idea.
it,
No, it
so they
doesn't. No, it
inject him
doesn't.
with a toxic
No, that's
vitamin
not
K.
toxic at all. That
It
is
can
absolutely
often
false,
damage
and you're
the
spreading
liver.
misinformation, and you
You're
should feel
sitting up
bad
here
about
lying
yourself.
to these
You have no idea
people,
what you're talking
and you
about.
have a
Vitamin
medical
K isn't
degree.
even a
You should
vaccine. You
go
have
to
no idea
jail,
what a
man.
vaccine is. You don't even
You should go to
understand what the immune
jail.
system is. You don't understand
go to
human
jail for
physiology, and you're
doing
actually pushing disinformation that harms people. You should be ashamed of yourself. Are you a
You should be
naturopath?
ashamed of
Are you a
yourself.
naturopath? Do you
You should
actually
be
tell
ashamed
people
of
that you actually know
yourself,
what you're talking
injecting
about?
babies with things that make their
You
brains
think that
swell.
potassium is a vaccine? You think that the Earth is
You
flat?
should-
You think that we didn't go on the moon, and you don't believe that viruses are
You
real?
went
So
to-
why would
you
we
went
ever
to
believe
college
you
in
again?
California, princess. Get a
Oh,
hold of yourself.
California. Yeah, you're so triggered. You're so triggered. Dinosaurs. Are dinosaurs real?
triggered. Y'all just burned your
Or do
state down with
dinosaurs
leftism
real?
and vaccines.
Are dinosaurs
Huh?
real?
Dinosaurs?
Yeah.
We're talking about brain
I'm talking
swelling
about
in babies,
I'm talking
and
about
we're talking
dinosaurs, whether or not you
dinosaurs?
believe dinosaurs are real.
We're talking about
No, we're talking about whether or not you accept scientific consensus
SIDS.
and whether or not
We're
you
talking
believe
about
it. Do you think
SIDS,
that
and you're
dinosaurs
talking
are real
about
or not?
dinosaurs.
Do you think
We're
that
talking
they're
about
real?
SIDS, bro. We're
Say
talking
it.
about babies being
Say it with your
unalived by
chest.
your
Stop. No,
vaccine.
stop trying to deflect. I'm asking whether or not you
We're
accept
talking about
scientific
babies that
consensuses
actually
and
unalive every
dinosaurs.
day
Do you
from
think
your
that dinosaurs are
vaccine.
real?
You're a clown,
Do you think
man.
that
Look at
dinosaurs
you.
are fake?
You're an absolute
Do you think that
clown.
dinosaurs are fake? You can run. You can run from the call.
Why
I'm
don't
not
you
going to
say
disconnect you.
dinosaurs one more time? I'm sure these people
I'm
need
not
to
going
hear
to
all about
disconnect
the
you, and I will not
dinosaurs.
ban you from the chat. You can stay in here for 2 hours
I'll
if
be
you
dropping
want.
down because you're
You
a
can
clown
drop
and
down
you're
whatever you want. You can
hysterical.
run. You can run. I totally get it. Are dinosaurs fake? Are dinosaurs fake?
Check him out, chat.
See, exactly. So just to reprise what you believe. So you don't think that viruses are real. You don't believe in the immune system. You think that the moon landing was fake. You think that space is fake and a projection. You think that the Earth is flat.
I didn't
We have a
say any of that.
6,000-year-old
You're
Earth.
just
You don't
trying to
believe in
make stuff up
gravity.
'cause you don't know what else
You
to
think
say.
that
You have
evolution is false.
You have
think
no
that dinosaurs
argument
aren't
for
real.
anything that I've
You don't believe in
said.
climate change. You think that
still have
vaccines are
nothing
more
to say
deadly than
about
the
numbers
disease, and you think that water
brain
has a
swelling
memory.
that occurs in infants
That's what you do.
within
That's what you think.
72
That
hours
is your
of
actual
their
beliefs.
shots and seizure
No, that's not
disorders
true. That's
and
not. You're just spreading
blindness,
disinformation. You have no idea
and
what
you're
you're
sitting
talking
here
about.
talking about dinosaurs.
Yeah,
What
because
kind of
exactly
doctor
because
are
you don't accept scientific consensus because you live in a world of fear.
Oh, big words, big California college words. Woo!
Consensus is a big word for you. Maybe that's one of your problems.
That's a big word for you, I can see. 'Cause all you
I
can
think
talk
so.
about is
Yeah,
consensus
really.
and dinosaurs.
Yeah.
I haven't heard
Dinosaurs.
a single word
It
of
was
science out of
dinosaurs
your
that was the
mouth.
big word for you.
I haven't heard a single word of science out of your mouth.
Oh, not a single word. Okay, thank you. That's usually how. Yeah, I don't think
Nothing that makes any
vocabulary
sense
is
other than,
necessarily
"Woo-hoo,
science, but
get your
that may
flu
be
shot.
for you.
Woo-hoo, get your
Yeah.
flu shot."
Oh, how triggered is it? We had 68 vaccines just this week, just in this community alone. How does that make you feel? You're
You should
so
be
triggered.
So proud of yourself.
Yeah, we are. We are because we love
There's a
public health and we
special
love
place in
people
hell
that
for
love
you,
themselves
buddy.
and their communities. Get vaccinated because they're safe and effective. You're so triggered.
Special place in hell for you.
Okay, I'm sure there is.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
So get
Okay,
ready.
You can run. It's okay.
You
think that dinosaurs are fake, right?
All day long.
So dinosaurs are fake. How can you prove to me? Can you prove to me anything that you're talking about? Do you have a single study that you could point to? A single piece of data that you have? You have anything to have other than like your drunk uncle that just spews this stuff to you and regurgitates it into your mouth, and you come out here and vomit it onto the internet?
Sacrificing babies so you
No, we're not sacrificing anyone. What you're sacrificing is actual kids because you're trying to kill them through preventable diseases, and you're trying to bring back the way that half of the kids used to die, and you don't care about that. And vaccines actually save the life of 5 million kids every year. And vaccines save the lives of 5 million people every year, and you have done nothing. Your rosemary tincture has done nothing. Your green tea that you're selling for $100 a month has done nothing. How many green tea subscriptions do you have?
Gavin Newsom did this. Gavin Newsom used his own image and made an AI for
Oh,
Pfizer.
you're so triggered. You're so triggered by things that you don't understand. You're so afraid. You're so afraid.
Push their heart damage.
Okay, yeah, none of that happened. None of that happened. It's a psychosomatic thing made by.
No,
you're
he's
just
an
out
AI.
of it.
Check him out. This is
I'm AI. So you think I'm AI? You think I'm AI now? So this is you're actually the second person that's told me that I'm AI in this last week.
Freaking out.
Yeah.
He's afraid that people
that's it. I'm AI. That's for sure.
This year and pay for his
Yeah, for sure. I'm the AI here. I'm the AI. Yeah. You're just regurgitating whatever drunk talking point that you've heard from your latest TikTok feed, and you have no idea what you're talking about.
Did you get free pizza for your staff all week if you push?
Oh, you're so triggered. You're so triggered by things that you don't understand. and you're going to sit there and you're going to debunk conspiracies over and over and over again. You have no idea. And I'm so happy that you got fired from your job because you wouldn't get vaccinated. I am so happy that you got fired from your healthcare job. That's what happened, didn't you? I know so much about you, and you have know nothing about me. It's pretty wild.
Look at you. You're just babbling now.
Yeah, no, I'm not babbling. That's why you lost your healthcare job, didn't you? Because you refused to get vaccinated. Good. Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're so triggered that vaccines save lives. You're so triggered that vaccines actually prevent illness. You're so mad. You're so mad. It's so great. I can just do this all night. I can do this all night. So let's just recap of the things that you said tonight. By the way, you don't believe that viruses are real. You don't think that the immune system is real. You think that the moon landing was fake. You think that the space was fake. You think that we live on a flat Earth that's 6,000 years old. You don't believe in gravity. You think that evolution didn't happen. You think that dinosaurs are fake. You think that climate change isn't made by humans. You think that vaccines aren't safe and effective. You think that we live in a simulation probably. And you think that water has a memory. Say a single thing that I was wrong on. Say it. Go ahead.
You're a clown, man.
What was that? What was that? What was that? I'm sorry. Did you say a sentence there, or was that you just dribbling? Are you trying to coordinate your two brain cells together so that each one can actually work a single lip? Are your three brain cells? Does one brain cell work the top lip, one brain cell from the bottom lip, and one for the tongue? Is that how it works? Or do all three of your brain cells have to coordinate, and all three have to move the bottom lip, and then all three at the top lip, and then all three move the tongue? Is that okay? How do you actually work? How does your body actually work?
Right, man. He's the Merck Pfizer AI.
Yeah, I'm an AI bot. Exactly. That's definitely it.
Look how desperate they are to launch another pandemic and get
pandemic. Wow, that's so original. Wow. Oh my gosh, that's so original. Thank you. You probably exactly. Lab leak. Oh, we got to add it. I can't believe. Of course you believe in the lab leak thing. Of course. You don't have no idea about population genetics. You have no idea about anything with microbiology. You have nothing, know nothing. Nobody can hear you. You realize that, right? When you're talking and you're just saying nonsense right now, everyone can only hear me. You realize that, right? Nobody, because you're just saying absolute nonsense. You do know that, right?
Talk about dinosaurs some more.
Well, you believe that they're fake, so tell me about dinosaurs.
I didn't say that. You made that up.
Okay, so you believe they're real?
You made that up.
So you believe that they're real? Say it. Say that I believe that dinosaurs are real.
We're in here talking about
say that. See, you can't do it. You can't do it because you believe that they're fake. Yet since you got so triggered on that, and because I outed you as the charlatan fraud that you are, because you think that you actually like science. But guess what? You can't actually make the statement and say that dinosaurs are real. Get so mad. Get so mad. Okay, say that they're real.
Oh my goodness. What if I don't?
Exactly.
Is this a game? Is this a
game? You think you're so unique. That's so funny because you guys think you're all so unique and such a beautiful snowflake that nobody else has any of your thoughts. And wow, you're such a smart skeptic that you've outsmarted all of science, but you guys all believe the exact same thing. The same boilerplate conspiracy nonsense. And
still talking about dinosaurs?
Yeah, because you can't say that they are real. You refuse to say that dinosaurs are real.
Are you having a flashback or something? Like, did you
flashback
like
to what?
Dinosaurs when you were little? Did you play with dinosaurs when you were a kid? Because you can't.
You're so triggered. You're so mad that I outed you so easily, isn't it? Because you're so embarrassed. You're embarrassed by your own lack of intellectual rigor that you have to come on here, and your insecurity just is so obvious. Is rigor too much of a big word for you? Is that okay? Rigor? Yeah, rigor. Is that okay? Can I say that, or do I have to dumb it down even more for you?
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. Are you serious? Are you okay? I think that you have a mental health problem. I definitely do think. I think that you suffer from paranoid schizophrenia. I genuinely do. I think that you suffer from paranoid schizophrenia, and you dribble like this nonsense from these AI algorithms, and you have a lack of understanding about the world. And I think that you are the victim. I genuinely do. I think that you are the victim of these AI apps, and that you are the absolute, like the bottom barrel of all these manipulations that are happening in our society. And I think that you are a victim, and I do feel sorry for you. I just want to let you know before you run off, but I
Do you
do
like
feel
to go to
sorry
the
for you.
dinosaur museum?
I do. Oh, yeah, exactly. So you're so mad about the dinosaur stuff because I knew right through you.
Well, I just want to make sure you're done talking about the dinosaurs so we can
Oh
talk
no,
about
we're
vaccines.
never gonna leave
Because
leave
you
it
don't know how
because
to,
it's a good
you haven't
example of
said
how you
anything
don't
about
accept any
vaccines.
type of
You
science. You
haven't
don't.
said anything to defend yourself.
I
You haven't
have said lots
anything
of things to defend myself. It's that you
substance.
haven't brought a single claim in order to say that dinosaurs were
You haven't
fake or
said
that
anything of
germ theory
substance.
isn't real, that the immune
You
system
tried
didn't
to
work, that
put
lab
words in
leak,
my
that the
mouth,
virus
and
came
you
from the
talked
lab.
about dinosaurs, and you've crashed
Yeah,
out.
exactly. You're so triggered.
That's all
Say
you've
dinosaurs are
done.
real.
That's all you've done.
Say the
Here we
dinosaurs
go
are real.
again.
Go
Here we
ahead.
go again, chat. You want to see him crash out about dinosaurs?
Go
you
ahead.
guys?
Go ahead.
Ready?
Say that dinosaurs are real.
Ready? Ready? Here he goes. 3, 2. Oh, wow. What do dinosaurs have to do with brain swelling in infants?
Because you don't accept scientific
do-
consensus on anything.
what
So
do
it's a good
dinosaurs
example of
have
how
to
you
do
will
with brain
refuse to believe
swelling?
anything unless it's told to you by an AI app because you refuse
What-
to do the
what
hard
does-
work of
what do
actually
dinosaurs
learning.
have
It's
to
way
do with brain
easier to just
swelling?
think that dinosaurs were fake than actually have to learn what dinosaurs
I guess
are.
it's
And you
easier
don't
to
do
talk
you
about
refuse to do
dinosaurs
that.
for you than it is to talk about babies' brain swelling after they
We
get
are
shot.
talking. We did talk about it, and you're an
No,
absolute
we
psycho
didn't.
and
You
think that
haven't- you
vitamin
haven't-
K
you
is a
haven't answered
vaccine.
my
You don't even know the
question.
difference between potassium and
You
a
haven't even
vaccine. You have
answered
no
my
idea what you're.
question.
Oh, Allison, thank you for the dinosaur. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, it's
Is that what
just
they taught
absolute
you at the
nonsense,
California
man.
medical
You're
school
so
was all
mad.
about
You're so
dinosaurs?
mad. You're so mad
Tell
about
us
the
what you know
dinosaur thing
about
because I
dinosaurs, doctor.
absolutely just completely
Tell us
exposed
what
you
you
as the
know
fringe
about
person that
dinosaurs,
you are.
doctor.
I do know about dinosaurs, and I do think that they're real. Yeah.
Well, let's hear all about it because you don't know jack shit about babies or vaccines.
Okay, yeah,
or
exactly. Because you
medicine.
can't, you have no idea. You have no, you can't actually engage with the conversation because you don't think that science has any consensus on any issue. That's the point. You don't agree with any scientific consensus issue at all. Wait, name one. Name a single scientific consensus issue that you agree with.
Oh, he likes saying scientific consensus issue. Say it again, Doc. It sounds so smart. Is that what you learned in your California medical school? These big words. But you didn't learn about babies' brain
Anyone?
swelling,
Anything?
did you?
A single issue that you agree with? A single issue that you agree with the scientific consensus on? A single one.
No, he's not a real doctor. Of course he's not a real doctor.
Oh, okay.
He's a fucking troll for the leftists.
Oh, you're
agenda
so
to
mad. You're so mad, and you're
vaccinate
so
our
hung up
kids.
on this thing. But that's what's crazy is that you people like only perpetuate the division that we have in our society, and you just slob these billionaires off all day, and that's all you do is you just bootlick for them constantly. That's what's so bad. You just sit there and you just vote for them. You vote for their profits over us. You vote for them to have $500 billion in tax breaks as opposed to have any type of scientific or technological breakthrough. You can imagine like voting for Bezos to have $100 billion more versus cancer research, and that's what you did. And that's what you continue to do, and that's what's so insane. That you actually accept and want more money for billionaires than you want for cancer research. That's what's absolutely wild to me. It's so mad. You're so triggered about California. You're so triggered. You believe that the earth is flat. I mean, come on. Like, what are you talking about? You're so triggered about California and all these technological breakthroughs that we've been able to do. And I've contributed to, by the way. I am the personification of everything that you hate. I want you to know that. I've genetically modified foods for a living for 16 years. I want you to know that. For 16 years, I've genetically modified organisms. I have. I'm whiny. You sat here and cry-bullied the entire time and said that I'm so mean to you. What are you talking about? You're sitting there, you're cry-bullying the entire time.
And you're actually getting a Target gift card from Kamal Harris site to push
Oh,
the
you're so. What's next? Michael Obama? What are you gonna shout out next? Like, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? How mad does it make you that Trump is on the list, huh? Trump is on the list, and it just makes you so mad. You're so mad about it, huh?
Did you know Tim Walsh?
Yeah, you just can't even talk about. Oh, you're just makes you so mad that you voted for the exact person that you hate. You're sitting there. He's on the list. That Trump is on the list, and he spent all his time with that dude, and he's on the list. He's so mad. No, he's like, no, he's not. Look at you.
And you
You're
voted
so
for that?
mad. You are so
You're so
mad.
mad that you
I'm not
voted for
mad at all. I
tinfoil
think it's
walls,
funny. I think that
and then
you're
you
the
found out
victim.
that
I
he
think that
likes
you are the
to
victim in
he
this whole
likes to
thing, and I
drink
think that you need help, man.
horse jizz.
I am fighting for a better future for
Do you
you.
drink
I will
horse
hope you
jizz
realize
too for your
that even
immunity?
though you are absolutely in the wrong, I
Do
do
you
care
drink
about you as
horse
a person,
semen
and I
too
want to fight for you for a better
immune
future. I
system?
genuinely do. So I just want you to know that. I really do. But I want to. There's another person that wants to argue with me too. So I got to let other people. And you've dribbled on for 21 minutes without making a single coherent point. And so I have to kick you now. But it's been fun.
Do you drink horse semen?
Okay. Anyway, got another. We're starting off spicy and real quick, guys. American Us is next. These guys were got in the chat. So I think it's RFK in the title, guys. We put RFK in the title and it just triggers them and they come in so much. So what's up, American? Did 1.2 Americans die from in COVID?
Oh, holy shit! You actually brought me up. Can you hear me?
Did 1.2 million Americans die from COVID?
Oh, I have absolutely no idea.
Okay, that's completely wrong. So.
Oh, okay. Honestly, I don't have any idea.
Okay.
I was just listening to your last conversation with your last guest, and damn, that was interesting. I saw your profile that you were a canceled scientist.
Yeah.
I was more interested in discussing, what it is that you were doing as a scientist, and what your research was, and I don't want to get into Bigfoot. If you want to go into Bigfoot, drop me and grab somebody else. But I'm
Okay.
more interested
That's fine,
in
dude.
conversation.
Yeah. That's fine.
Alex.
I apologize. I thought I had saw one of your comments in passing, so I thought that it was good another way. My apologies, man.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So basically, I worked as a molecular biologist for the last 16 years. So like changing the genes of plants and land plants, algae, yeast, bacteria, that kind of stuff. Trying to, I worked at an algae biofuels lab, and we created like an algae strain that could target and kill non-Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 1 cells in mice. So that was pretty cool. And
That's cool.
and then I worked at a plant biotechnology company that was basically trying to create better land plants that were more drought resistant, that had better capabilities of withstanding bruising, that kind of stuff. And then I worked at my PhD was in delivering DNA to algae chloroplasts with carbon nanotubes. So using nanotechnology and that kind of like the fusion of microbiology and nanotechnology, and algae had never been really explored. So I jumped in there and contributed to that. And then I recently was doing yeast host strain development. So basically, our goal was to make different types of antibodies and pharmaceuticals in yeast, and I basically changed the genome of the yeast cell to make sure that there was more proteins that we wanted. So knocking out different parts of the genome or putting in things that we wanted in order to increase the amount of proteins, that kind of stuff. But the canceled stuff is more about like, I've been doing science communication on YouTube and Twitch starting in 2021 because I felt like there was a huge lack of the scientific community reaching out to, regular people trying to explain what's actually happening. I do think that was a legitimate failure by science, and I try to want to like bridge that gap. So I've always been interested in why people believe the things that they believe, and so I joined, the largest anti-vax Discord, the No New Normal subreddit, and was answering science questions in there for hours a night and in voice chat and stuff. And it basically like took over the entire Discord to the point where they had to ban me. So, and then I went to, after that, at 2021, a year later, basically I started doing like content online. And that's when I kind of like sparred with like Jill Stein's science advisor, because she was anti-vax at the time, and they tried to get me kicked out of grad school. And then at that time in grad school, also we did the we wanted to see if we could actually make RNA vaccines inside of land plants. So we delivered DNA to land plant chloroplast and made RNA vaccines with it, with the idea of being that, yeah, we could actually make, mRNA vaccines in there. So that got brought up into the QAnon world. And Mike Flynn like talked about it on a podcast of his and was talking about how we're going to put vaccines in salad dressing and some nonsense like that, which we never were, but he didn't understand what was happening. But that was pretty wild. That made it to Colbert and everything. So basically
I
we
want to
got,
talk to you about
um,
stuff.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Um, wow. All right. That's actually really very interesting stuff. I'll be
Cool.
honest
Thanks,
with
man.
you. The one place where I was historically cautious
Hmm.
is when the COVID vaccine first came out, and it was an mRNA vaccine,
Hmm.
and it was this has never been tried in humans before. I was kind of like, and it was fast tracked and it didn't go through the whole like the testing process and the safety process.
Yeah.
I was like,
So,
I scratched my head a little bit and I was like, you know what? I have the opportunity. I'm a software engineer.
mhm.
I have the luxury of working from home. I don't have to go into an office. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna hang out at home
Okay.
and I have the opportunity to like just kind of like bypass this nonsense if I
So,
want to
so
and see what
just real
happens.
quick, I just want to just like we can talk about it and then I can just respond and then you can go ahead. But um,
Yeah.
they were tested. It was actually used in personalized cancer therapies since 2015. It was tested in humans for like over a decade before. It's completely false that it had never been used before. It's just that it would never been mass produced in vaccines until then. And it was basically a technology that had been developed since 1987 and had been steadily working its way through. And it was first tested in mammals in like early 2000s, and then it was actually finalized in the around 2015. The molecular biology, basically the RNA piece. There's the first and that last part. There's the promoter region and the terminator region, and the gene is in the center, which makes the protein. And basically, they had to do some molecular biology to make sure that the end caps of it was actually it helped withstand um, it's called exonucleases, so things that want to come and just take the RNA apart because RNA is very valuable. It degrades very quickly, so they had to develop that. That was about 15 years of molecular biology that had to be done, and it got finished and was waiting in the wings. So it was capable of being used for a long time, and it was used in humans for like 10 years before that. But the idea was to use something that could be fast tracked in the production could be made. So the mRNA vaccines can be made from scratch in about 2 weeks. And the other process for vectors and stuff like that take a lot longer. So the idea was to create a technology and use a technology that could be changed readily to match the current viral outbreak strain in the pandemic. So as the virus changes sequences, you change the vaccine sequence to go along with it. So and it went through all the same stages as everything else. All stages, all the stage 4 trials did exactly the same. It was there. It was tested the exact same way as everything else. And even flu vaccines, man, we've tested them every year. So a new flu vaccine comes out every year. So it wasn't even that big of a crazy thing that had happened. It was just
The
it's just misinformation, unfortunately, that a lot of people believed.
Yeah, the COVID vaccine was the first mRNA vaccine, though. Like
Yeah, but it was used
historically,
as a gene therapy before that. So gene therapy is basically using it as the same idea. So it uses a lipid nanoparticle and the same RNA types of sequences, and it's delivered in order to help cancer patients with gene therapy. So like if you got cancer right now and you're gonna have gene therapy delivered, it's gonna have the exact same technology that was used in the COVID vaccine. So and other places and other scientists and other pharmaceutical companies around the world know this and they're using it everywhere. So it's really just the United States that spent 2 decades of our money developing this technology, making us the world leader in it, and then now we're abandoning it for some reason. It doesn't make any
yeah.
sense, man.
Well, here's the thing that might bring it into focus for you. You're obviously very educated on this subject, okay? And you're probably about the same age as I am. I'm actually probably a little bit older than you.
I'm 38.
Okay, well then yes, I'm 55. Um, Most people don't look into this problem space. They don't look into the science that's being done or whatever. And all of a sudden, something comes up and something comes up new. The fact that things had been researched and tested as much as you claim, I wasn't aware of that. I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't aware of that when the pandemic hit, you know. And I have no problem. I'm not like, ooh, vaccines, they're going to control my mind, and Bigfoot's going to get me, and all these other conspiracy theories. It's like, yeah, I'm perfectly fine with all of this shit. But when the mRNA first came out, I was like, oh, that's something new, that's different, and
Mm-hmm.
it's untested, and I have the opportunity to not have to join into the mandatory adoption of that. I'm just going to kind of kick back and see what happens. And fortunately, it nothing negative has happened. But there was if that seems to be the driving concept behind your channel here,
Mm-hmm.
to speak to that topic. I was a little bit nervous when it first came out because it hadn't been discussed in a context that proved itself to me as being solid science.
Mm-hmm.
Now looking back, I'm entirely open to reevaluating the whole thing. But if you're looking, based on your previous guest, if that's the focus of the conversation of your channel here, yeah, I can honestly say I believe I had an honest apprehension,
Yeah.
uh, a reasonable apprehension to the introduction of that particular vaccine at the time because it had not been, or at least reportedly had not been tested as well as all of the others.
Yeah. I mean,
So
I genuinely have sympathy for you, man. Like, I think that science did a bad job in talking about how awesome it was and how it was used for a really long time. I mean, the problem was, and I think that, it kind of started at the top with Trump seeding a complete conspiracy about this thing not being real, the pandemic not being real. So then why would we have to develop a vaccine that for something that doesn't exist? And then, the politicization of Fauci by the Republican Party, and now he's like seen as pushing this vaccine on us and all these conspiracies about him making a profit off of it. It's just all kind of like nonsense, and unfortunately people that seed that type of misinformation in the world, it takes a lot more people, a lot more time in order to debunk that stuff than it is to just put it out there. But I do agree that a lot of people don't even know what RNA is, and now they're having an RNA vaccine, or now they're using PCR, and molecular biology is famously, a lot of three-letter words, and it's hard to understand it, and they don't understand what PCR is, so they just think it's fake. They don't understand what RNA vaccines are, so they think that vaccines are fake, and now we have kind of. I think the big driver though is I'll be honest with you, and since 2000, especially now, you have these AI algorithms that are pushing people into these conspiracies, because conspiracies are a way to understand a complex topic really easily, and it's so simple to just think that, oh, I don't need a vaccine because, oh, viruses aren't real. Viruses aren't real. So obviously, if viruses aren't real, then why would I take a vaccine when I'm just going to have side effects from the vaccine when there's nothing to fear for with the viruses? And that's where we actually are at now, where a lot of these anti-vaxxers are just anti all vaccines. I talked to dozens of these anti-vaxxers, man, like for real, like hours on Discord calls, not recorded, not for content or whatever. And they just said, hey, man, I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm anti this vaccine. And like I all those guys, but they've all gone over to the side of now I'm against all vaccines. And that's really, really dangerous. And I think that, I mean, my channel is basically as a science and communication platform, but I do think that the perpetrators of disinformation, the people that actually push this disinformation, we've coddled them way too much, and I think that that is not okay. As a scientific community, we haven't engaged them at all. But I think that people that have received misinformation, like it sounds like you have, like I think that you're the victim, man. I'm here and I'll talk to you for 2 hours tonight if you want to, but I think that in the end, like we have to stop coddling these people. We have to start like holding their feet to the fire and show that they're actually unaccountable to anything that they say. That none of these conspiracies that they put forward during the pandemic led to any positive benefit or improved quality of life. Ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, all nonsense. Mass death after 6 months, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 years from the vaccine, all nonsense. It's one of the safest vaccines that we've ever developed. There's there was 95% efficacy when it first came out. 95%, man. Like most flu vaccines are 60%. This COVID vaccine was 95%. It was an incredible vaccine that we actually had a chance to actually do some real amazing herd immunity with. But unfortunately, the conspiracies and the politicization of this thing took over, and people got harmed because of it. 300,000 people died in the United States because of vaccine hesitancy. That just
I realize
sickens me.
I realize that. I don't consider myself a victim of misinformation, though.
Okay.
If anything, I consider myself potentially, based on what you just said, I would consider myself a victim of the absence of information.
Hmm.
There's a
Interesting.
difference between there would be a logical difference between the absence of information and the presence of disinformation.
Hmm.
Those are two discretely different concepts.
Interesting.
And in the case of the pandemic, and I will tell you 100%, I was hesitant.
Hmm.
It was like, oh, here's this new vaccine. There's the mRNA, and then they started talking about the Johnson and Johnson, and I was like, oh fuck, well I'll go get the Johnson and Johnson. It's a conventional vaccine, except that one, all of a sudden, it's like, that one's going to be the one that's going to fuck you up. So it's
Yeah.
like, oh, holy shit, what do I do now? You
Um,
know,
yeah, it's one of those
um,
things. The myocarditis stuff is like basically myocarditis. If you actually had COVID, so this requires we should set the stage. SARS-CoV-2 is the virus. COVID-19 is the disease. So just like HIV and AIDS, not everyone that gets HIV is going to have AIDS. Not everyone that gets SARS-CoV-2 is going to have COVID-19. So if you get a SARS-CoV-2 and it develops into COVID-19 symptoms, you basically get way worse myocarditis symptoms than in the vaccine. The Myocarditis Foundation itself put out the incidence reports, and we're talking 580% more likelihood of myocarditis from COVID itself than the vaccine. So,
yeah.
again, it's just a more misinformation, unfortunately, that people come out. But I really, that really, what you said about not being a victim of misinformation, but not having good information. I think that, man, that really, that hits deep, and I really, I'm sorry, like genuinely, the scientific
That
community
happened.
failed you. Like I do feel bad about that.
Well, the thing is that I have not followed that particular discipline of science. You
Hmm.
know, um, my own personal. Everybody has their own personal career and their own personal interests and everything else. I for the last like 17 years, my career has been involved in medical imaging,
Okay, cool.
which is actually a really fascinating area of computer science to get into, as opposed to you know accounting software or something.
Hmm.
When you're developing medical imaging software, it's cool and it's interesting, and I've seen my own scans, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist that's against blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But when brand new things come out that have not been demonstrated to be proven, or
Hmm.
at least in the eye of the public, or in the there's a genuine hesitation there. So I think that generally speaking, if this is a real field of science
Hmm.
that was tested and true, there was an obligation in that community to communicate that to the public, so that when something happened,
Hmm.
it isn't like, oh, here's a brand new fucking mystical, magical, the blue wizard came down and gave you mRNA and vaccines. And I want to know that it's actually a proven, and not just a knee-jerk reaction that some guys came up with in a lab, in response. I don't want to push this,
But how
because this is
help me help you. So like how like in the future, because there's going to be some breakthrough or some public health thing that's going to happen, and I'm trying to be the Bill Nye the Science Guy of my generation, man. I'm trying to help people communicate these things. So like what information do you think that you needed or would have helped you during that time in order to make that decision better?
First off, don't be Bill Nye the Science Guy, because all
Okay.
he had was a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering
Okay.
that he
Dang.
never
Nice.
actually. He was an actor. Okay,
That's
you're
true.
you're an actual scientist. Okay,
Thank you.
so
Thank you.
compare yourself to somebody that's like a pop science actor on TV.
Okay.
Don't do that. Okay, don't do
Okay. Okay.
that. That diminishes your education and your
Thank you. I appreciate
role.
you.
Honestly, I think that just, generally what's happening in science just doesn't get communicated,
Mm.
you know? Um, and, for somebody that's involved in medical research and medical engineering and you know, there's not much, outside of my sphere of operations, that really crosses my path.
Mm.
And I'm not a scientist. I'm a software engineer. Okay, I've worked with scientists. I know about my specific discipline.
Mm.
But I have no idea what's happening in virus research or in genetic engineering or these things. You know,
Mm.
um, this is good information for people to know. You know,
Yeah.
and when something horrific happens like COVID, there's a question in the mind of the public when all of a sudden it's like, oh, all of a sudden we have this new magic card that nobody's ever heard about. It's called mRNA.
Hmm.
Is that real, or is that just some bullshit that people are coming up with as a knee-jerk response? You know, People need to know this. The average person doesn't have that level of visibility. Even
Yeah.
if you're involved in medicine, even if you're involved in different aspects of science,
Hmm.
you're not going to have the visibility into every aspect of every possible combination of things. So how
Exactly.
do you communicate this? How do you let people know that this is a good thing? Because in the past, you're younger than I am. I
Hmm.
told you I'm 55. When I was a young kid, when I would go out and play out in the world, and I would come home and I'd have big scratches. You know what my parents would put on my wound?
Hmm.
Mercurochrome.
I don't even know what that is. A cure.
Okay. It was a medical product that was, you put this on
Mercury.
a
Organo
and it had.
mercury compound in aqueous solution. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
So when I was a kid, when I would go and scratch my knee on my bike, my parents would paint a little thing with a little paintbrush thing out
Oh
of the
my
bottle. They
gosh.
would paint mercury into my wound, and that was the scientific consensus of how you disinfect a wound. That's in my lifetime.
Yeah.
And now we laugh about it, but it's kind of like, that's kind of fucked. So I can understand a reasonable hesitant. Now there's some people that are just generally crazy, and I get that.
Hmm.
But there are people that have a reasonable apprehension to brand new drugs that have not been tested, brand new techniques that have not been tested.
Hmm.
you know I think that what needs to happen moving forward, and I don't know how this happens. I mean, this
Hmm.
is kind of an open conversation,
Yeah.
but when and if and where advances happen in medical therapies, especially if it's like in response to, oh, there's a whole brand new threat. Hey, here's a brand new solution that's never been tried before. Hey, it's good. There has
Yeah.
to be some kind of there has to be some kind of there has to be some kind of communication with the general public, to you know emphasize that it's trustworthy,
Mm-hmm.
because people are dealing with their own personal health. They're
Yeah.
dealing with the health of their loved ones. They're dealing with, am I going to die this year, or am I going to die in 50 years? That's a very important conversation to have. That's not an academic conversation. And I think a
Yeah.
lot of researchers treat it as an academic conversation.
No, it's true.
And
I do think it's different. I think there's two different skill sets. I mean, the skill set you need to be a scientist is different than the skill set you need to be as a professor, different than the skill set you need in order to be a science communicator. It's all different. And I think that there is a need to like kind of talk about people and keep people up to speed. And I do, I mean, the whole premise of my original YouTube channel and this really like in the stuff that I talk about, the actual science articles I talk about is like, I mean, this stuff is basically like Star Trek, guys. You wouldn't believe it's science fiction. You wouldn't believe what's actually happening in science right now, what we actually do in science. So the idea that we could just have an RNA molecule and wrap it with some lipids, if you think that is like next generation, then it's like, oh man, that's like it's literally 1980s technology, guys. Wait until you actually hear what we've actually done in nanotechnology this year. Like that's like, looking at a 1987 car and being like, wow, this baby's brand new. And you're like, and meanwhile, we're driving in an F1 car in 2025 and we're like, yeah, that's a nice 1987 Corolla. Like that's pretty sick, but but the problem is that the baseline knowledge is so different, man. It really is. I mean, even like high school to undergrad is a huge leap, but then even undergrad to grad school is completely different. I mean, you're basically, the analogy I try to use is like you're basically reading about planes in high school. You're driving maybe a remote control plane in um in college. You're actually driving a toy RC airplane or a drone. But then in grad school and in actual science, what we're doing is that we're flying those things. So it's like it is a completely different experience. And like trying to tell someone with words like what's actually happening, it's hard to resonate where we actually are. So it's
there
really
has to
really
be a way.
hard.
There has to be a way to do that, though, because
I
we've
agree.
seen a generation in people. Like all of a sudden, I'm sure you've seen this, where all of a sudden in the last like couple of years, I don't know, 2, 3 years, all of a sudden there's a whole like slew of like flat earthers.
Exactly.
Where the fuck did that come from?
Exactly, man.
It's like, yeah, well, I can tell. I have a kind of a concept of where that came from. That came from the fact that science advanced so quickly, and in people that were instructing these people in how science works so quickly, that it just they it got ahead of them a couple of steps, and they just like, fuck, I don't get it, okay,
Yeah,
I'm going back to basics.
exactly.
The earth
But
is flat.
I like
There's
what
four elements:
like
air,
why does
earth.
like what I don't understand though is like why like if someone has a brain problem, they trust the brain surgeon. If you have like if you're in the onset of an oncologist and you have gene therapy, you're gonna trust that mRNA. You're gonna say whatever, man, I trust you. Or someone said in chat, it's totally true. Like a car mechanic, you're not gonna say like your second quote is gonna be from another car mechanic. It's not gonna be someone that has no idea what a car is, and that's what happens with a lot of these naturopaths. They literally have no idea these mechanisms of actual how the physiology of how the world is actually working, but yet people want to have their second opinion. And it's like, I mean, how I feel like it's really a distrust of the entire scientific the methodology, science as an institution, science as a way of ascertaining knowledge. And that's why I go through the conspiracy list and people believe 9 out of 10 of them if they're anti-vax, and believing viruses are real, no immune system, that they came from a lab, moon landing, space is fake, flat Earth, 6,000-year-old Earth, gravity, evolution didn't happen, dinosaurs are fake, climate change isn't caused by humans, vaccines are safe and effective, water has a memory. I mean, once you have like a conspiracy, it just wraps into your brain, and you just can't get you can't. If you think that there's a world conspiracy, in order to keep down the knowledge that viruses aren't actually real, then how easy is it to believe that that same global cabal is actually keeping the earth flat too? It's easy.
Well, there's an answer for that.
Okay, I'd love to know.
There's a, it may not be the absolute universal answer for that, but it's the
Hmm.
majority answer for that. Religion.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, religion teaches people this is what's true, and when science says, "Oh, I say something different," they reject science. There's a lot of that.
Yeah.
That's probably the origin of a lot of flat earthers. That's probably the origin of a lot of bullshit.
Exactly.
And I reject that entirely. Just to give you a little bit of
Religion
a
or
background. Well, I'm not against the idea that there may be a higher power in the universe.
Mhm.
Okay, there may be. I have absolutely no idea. Okay, but is it documented in an ancient Bronze Age book
Mhm.
that contradicts itself 300-400 times over the course of the book? No, that's absolutely
Mhm.
absolutely wrong. As a reasonable person, you know, I don't have enough information to say whether there is or is not a global consciousness or a God
Mhm.
or, some kind of, whatever it is that you want to define that as. I have no concept of it, and I never will, and I will
Yeah.
never have an opinion on that. I'm definitionally agnostic on that whole concept as to whether physical reality is determined by some kind of higher plane or higher intelligence. I have no idea. But I can absolutely guarantee you that the mythology of a god that defeated a seven-headed sea serpent with a bronze sword ain't going to be it.
Yeah.
That's just the probability of. But there's a lot of people that ascribe to that. There's a lot of people. I think that there's a default position in human psychology that lends itself to a supernatural God belief. I genuinely believe that. I
Mm.
believe that the idea of the scientific method
Mhm.
and going out there and actually determining experimentally what's true and what's not true and what can we believe and what can we not believe is an entirely reasonable thing that
Yeah.
developed over time.
That's what the
But
frontal lobe is for. Yeah.
below that, our reptile brain is entirely programmed for this lower level theological um, God concept, that has evolved over the centuries,
Mhm.
obviously. But it started out as why does lightning come down? Oh, it's because God's pissed at me. And eventually that evolved, and that evolved, and that evolved, and that evolved, and then eventually it turned into God is this philosophical
Mhm.
ultimate being. You know, who knows? I have no idea if there's a consciousness behind or an intelligence behind the thing. I generally kind of think no, but I can't. There's no way to prove it, so I can't make an absolute conclusion one way or the other.
Yeah, I
Right?
mean they've
But
done computer modeling, the compute basically evolution experiments through a lot of it is computer generated, right? You create a population and then you test them and simulated uh, speciation events and that kind of stuff. And I mean, evolution created religion, where basically in that subset of Homo sapiens that accepted religion, they're more likely to care for one another. They share resources with one another. They protect one another, and it's just their fitness grows up, And I think that you're right in that the frontal lobe, that it's very hyperactive, and we literally evolved trying to create um, events and string them together because we needed to, as hunter and gatherers, basically the bush, tree, bush, stream, that's where the water is. So we needed to put those connections together, right? We need to solve that path. And that's why we actually image things in maps into our brains, and basically conspiracies or religion, like creates that map, right? And religion takes part of our body and hijacks it and says, no, it's not a path. It's just a direct line. You don't have to go through that path. You just, boom, it's right there. And it takes over as people, takes over the thinking process. And I think that you're right in the fact that, like, religion, oh man, your guest has been violated for misinformation policy. Guys, what are you doing? Don't report him.
Oh, no. I'm just guessing.
No. Your TikTok just alerted me that you've been violated for misinformation. I'm not going to kick you, but I'm just letting you know that that's what happened.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, you didn't do anything wrong, dude. Someone's reporting you in chat, and they're angry about it, so they're reporting you.
That
so
happen.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But
so
religion basically takes that way of ascertaining the world, and that's why they're anti-science, right? That's why the theocratic and authoritarian forms of government all have to kill the scientific method, because it's an independent process in order to understand and make sense out of that world. So that's why, we had to abandon theocracy and feudalism and authoritarianism in order to have the scientific revolution and philosophy and all that stuff to grow. And that's why, people like Trump are anti-science, right? That's why they need to take down the entire academic system. It's a way for them to control knowledge and people to understand what's actually real in the world.
Well, I don't know if it goes that far. I think I don't think it's necessarily an institutionalized function, that involves politics or anything, although it may evidence itself in that. But I think it's just a general, the same way that, like, human beings are afraid of snakes. Human beings are afraid of spiders. There's just a very, very, very low level reptilian memory that evidences itself in our modern experience, where, a belief in a religious concept, or a belief in a mysterious higher power, just kind of is natural to the human brain. And that may be entirely evolutionary, because, until a species is able to fully understand what's going on, it needs to be reactive to its environment. And as a process of being reactive to its environment, you know, a supernatural belief may be an entirely reasonable position to take. We don't know. It's entirely out there. And I have quite a few friends that are religious, and I don't gig them at all. Unless they're well, they don't. But I do know that some people that are religious, come down on homosexuality or their life choices or whatever, and that's a negative consequence of that belief system. But in general, evolutionarily speaking, the belief in a higher power more than likely over history contributed to our evolutionary benefit. Now,
Sure.
whether it's true or not, that's entirely up to the individual to decide. Well, that's because it's true or not. But there's an evolutionary process there, that I don't think that we should just dismiss entirely.
I think it exists, but I think that we're past that point in evolution. We don't have that. We're not. We aren't hunter gatherers anymore, and we don't have a survival of the fittest culture where we are, having Hunger Game like scenarios anymore. And I think that evolutionarily, we're we're beyond it. We don't need, science is a way to better understand that knowledge, and we don't need to rely on it anymore. And that's why it's being attacked fundamentally. Like,
Yeah.
but
Well, no. Personally, I agree with that
mhm,
100%.
yeah.
But I can understand where some people kind of hang on to the ancestral mythology.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, exactly. I mean, you can't
Understand that.
force anyone to believe, right? You have to just say, hey, this is what it is. And I think like banning religion like China does, I mean, it's like a very like slippery slope thing where it's like, I don't like thought crimes. You know, that is there definitely, you know, I believe in liberty and freedom, and thought crimes are definitely
The
not
answer,
on my thing.
the answer to some of this mythology, regardless of whether it was, historically beneficial or whatnot, is to understand reality to the best that we possibly can.
Hmm.
And to your point that you just made, I think that we need to evaluate things in the best light that we currently understand scientifically, and methodologically. Sorry, I'm drinking some McKellen.
No, it's just there's no thing to it. It's just a flower lapel. I like boutonnieres because I like flowers. Boom, that's it.
Ah, so let
Um,
me ask you something. Let me
yeah.
ask you something. So you're a
Last question.
scientist. You're
Yeah.
yes. Um, have you investigated the ideas of superposition within the concept of quantum physics at all?
No, I honest, dude, I haven't, and it's one of those things where I'm physics is so far away from my knowledge base that I'm really just so new. I'm like high school level, so I'm interested in it, you know,
If you
philosophically,
don't,
but I don't know anything about it. So
if you don't mind, let's have a quick little conversation that includes some of my observations, and let's see what you think.
I just have 8 other people in the queue, man. I feel bad. 6 other people. Do you want to do it? Can we do that at another time? I really enjoyed talking to you. Can we just do that later? Can we do that next time? Since
Oh,
that's a new
absolutely.
topic. Okay. Thank you, dude.
Yeah,
I love that conversation. Thank you so much for hopping on here. I'm sorry I came off hot. It was just the other thing, and it's weird. I'm in my world here, and I can't read chat, and I just saw something that you had said, and I misinterpreted it, so I feel bad. So.
it's all good.
But I thank you for coming on, man. I really appreciate it. That was a really good conversation. You muted? I hope you heard it. I hope you heard that. Okay, have a good one, man. Appreciate you. Okay, all right, guys. So we got Des. Oh, Des just dropped. Des voice, Mickey, um, Theater Geek, Captain Zanzibar, then Zach. All right, voice and Velvet. How's it going? Hi.
Hello.
Oh, nice. How's it going?
Wanted to actually meet you and want to say hello.
Hi.
Good. Good. How are you?
Good. We started off hot. Someone came in that was really a bad faith troll, so that was unfortunate,
Yeah.
but you know, it
I heard. I was
happens.
here. I was here with the guest before the nice guy. I cannot hate him. I will say that.
Yeah. I think that's a great example of like how, you know, science has to do the work of actually reaching out to people, and they're not like lost. You know, we have to do the hard work of actually helping people understand, and we have to meet people where they are, as opposed to kind of like just saying, hey, these publications speak for themselves. You know, I think that's the where a lot of science communication has been, and we haven't been like engaging. And the big problem like with this is like, you know, talking to my PI at the time when I was, you know, a PhD student, you know, I was talking about science communication and doing stuff like that. You know, they didn't recognize this. They thought YouTube and stuff was a joke. They thought that Twitch was a joke. Like they didn't know what it was and why I would be doing it. But science communication at schools was like a big thing that I got points for that. I got points for doing science fair judging. You know, and those are cool opportunities. And I could meet, you know, 30 students at a time and make a more personal connection. But, you know, using the internet using the internet is a way to reach more people, and people are here, and there are people on these apps, and they need to be reached out to. So I just don't think that anyone is prioritizing this type of science communication out form.
Yeah, and that's actually the reason I came up here. I know that this is all about science and we all want to get smarter and want to get good information, but I just wanted to highlight just how important platforms like these are. I
Mhm.
talked to you about it earlier today. I sent you a message because after I got out of your live last night, I just kept hearing, and that was my first time. I've never seen you or hear your content before. So I was just scrolling and I saw you and I was like, oh, he's talking about COVID, about not COVID vaccines, but about vaccines in general. And that is a topic that I talked to you about yesterday. Like I'm talking live about this specific thing. And so I had never come across content like yours.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
This is the first time that I see it. I didn't even know that there was somebody out there doing this kind of work, which to me, obviously coming from my previous job where I worked in the immunizations department, was amazing. And I just wanted to say, like, guys, this work is so important.
Thank you.
I did something that I've never done before, which is I took some of the clips from your live and I share them because I see that this information needs to reach as many people as possible. And one thing that I told you also, sometimes we are the only people that other people hear because they don't have time, because they work all day. They have 2-3 jobs. They come on here, and there's just so much misinformation on this platform. So for anyone to just open their TikToks and then just randomly see a scientist, a doctor talking facts and truth, and that might pique their interest, like, that's amazing. And because I followed you, because I was on your live last night, because I shared your videos, now I have my own people. Actually, some of them are here.
Nice. Welcome in, guys.
And actually, yeah, please, team voice. I told everybody, you gotta follow this guy, because I want to make sure that my people, the people that are coming onto my platform, which is mostly in Spanish, but half of them speak English, but I want to make sure that they're also getting access to stuff like this, right? Team voice, yes.
Welcome in, guys. Welcome in.
Yeah, I want to make sure that they also have access to this kind of information. I cannot explain it as well and as articulate and as beautiful as you do, which is why I am so sure that that me coming on here and bringing my people with me and having them listen to you and taking all of this information with them will actually save lives in the end, because they will be so much more informed. They will be less likely to not vaccinate their kids. And that is a beautiful mission. That's a beautiful thing that you're doing. And I just, like, I know that this platform is all about just, we're going to talk facts and all the scientific things. But in this moment, I just want to highlight the work that you do and why it's so important. And just let everybody know that you guys need to follow this guy. And anytime you see him, you need to come on here, because you need to feed your brain.
Thank you. That's so awesome. I would love the opportunity to reach out to your audience too. That's all so cool. And I grew up in Southern California, and I speak a little bit of Spanish, más o menos, but but we'll see. I mean, I love it. I took too many years in high school and middle school, and I went out dozens of trips to surf and Ensenada and Rosarito and all those places, and I love it. I think it's such a cool culture, and so any opportunity that bridge that language divide and help, that'd be incredible. That would mean a lot for me. So thank you for that opportunity.
No, absolutely. And I'm excited to see where this goes. I didn't even know that you spoke Spanish, but now that I know that you even speak a little bit of it, I will milk it.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
The Spanish out of you, because that's amazing. There was a thing, there was a subject that you brought up yesterday during your live that I know that I don't have a lot of time. I don't want to monopolize your live, but I had never heard of it until yesterday. That was the role that AI is actually playing on misinforming the public and how MAGA is using it to, or like some people, I guess, not the whole entire movement, but some people within that group, they're using it to promote misinformation. Like I had never even thought of like the way you explained it and how it's so easy to kind of connect the dots, but using very simple terms and very simple like images. And just like you presented it yesterday, like, oh yeah, like that makes sense. Now I don't have to get vaccinated.
Yeah.
Like, have you come across? I'm sure you have, but like, how prominent is this in the internet? Because I personally, I have not been exposed to it yet.
You know, it's I read I read the FBI. They had like, it's very rare that the FBI like does any type of national security pressers and stuff about it, but they were talking about it and they put out a something about it. I'll have to track it down and share it. But yeah, it was crazy like hearing that, and I think that because of the 2016 election, which was, if you read the Mueller report, Russia had a huge impact in it. The Senate, the Republican Senate, chaired by Marco Rubio at the time, by the way, put out 3 separate Senate reports, all 400 pages each, all talking about the ways that Russia interfered in the election. And to just think that they have stopped at all is just asinine, right? They obviously have. And the big thing is, the thing that's changed is ChatGPT. So basically, this FBI thing was talking about how the botnets that they're using now are basically Twitter accounts and X accounts that now can use ChatGPT in a way to sway public opinion by making things pop up on content creators' feeds. So they'll basically pop up, get 100 messages about a certain thing that's happening, and they feel like they have to cover it, and then it gets into the news that day. And that's actually that's how they are eating the cats and dogs thing. That was actually how it happened. It actually started as a meme and thing on Twitter, and everyone was sharing it. Within a day, it got into the presidential debate that night, and it's just wild. So it is happening, you know, and I think that they sow conspiracy and discord by pushing both sides, kind of teaching the controversy kind of thing, how they did with Black Lives Matter and putting Trump and Black Lives Matter protests on the same corners or the same streets and that kind of stuff. And then now it's easy for Russia to sow discords on something like anti-vax propaganda too, right? Where it's so dangerous, and it creates such a wave of people that are skeptical of the entire scientific process. Now you really get one brainworm in, and now it seeps into everything else. So I think that they're basically creating a psyop, you know, against us. And what really frustrates me, and what really makes me the most mad about this, by the way, is that like people, it was an opportunity that people could have come together and been like, you know what, I'm really proud of the scientific community that we have here, the scientific methods and the technology that we developed over 20 and 30 years. Like, this is an incredible breakthrough. Like, we have these vaccines that we've developed. Like, this is incredible. We're leading the world on this. The patriotism could have come through, the American exceptionalism, right? That is so a part of what America used to be like. But what happened is it's this race to the bottom idea that we can't be elite anymore, that elitism is actually bad, you know. And I don't understand why, like, if we are an exceptional country, people are elite. That's the whole idea. We are an elite country. That's what being exceptional is about. So what happens is that everyone has this anti-elitism thing where it's like a bottom of the barrel thing, and then now we're just kind of fighting amongst each other, like crabs in a bucket, trying to keep each other down. And that's how I feel like that was the hinge pinch that was just pulled out, the rug that was pulled out of American society, and now we're kind of fighting each other while Russia is punching above their pay grade. Now they're making deals with India and China. Now the U.S. isn't a trading partner. Like it's all coming apart, guys. It's all coming apart. The United States is not going to be a leader in the 21st century, and we were fighting each other as opposed to trying to come together and make a better country. I don't understand how it's not more apparent.
And I want to say, actually address one comment first.
Mhm.
Somebody said here that Trump got the majority vote. I just want you guys to go ahead and look at how many votes got canceled and disenfranchised that they threw away because the signature didn't match.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say the numbers, just go look at that. And then you can come back with arguments with numbers and then tell me that he won the popular vote. We'll get into that later.
Yeah.
And then what you were saying, I just saw it was all over the news where Putin was holding Modi's hand. They were actually holding hands.
Yeah.
I was like, what is going on? This is not how the world has normally behaved. Our allies are actually leaving us. We now have Mexico, trying to make trade deals with Canada. We now have, France and other countries, basically social distancing from us.
Yeah.
because we're just not a country to be trusted, because our
Exactly.
leadership is just not to be trusted at this point, because they just saw what the president did with the tariffs that are not costing the economy, a great deal. $3,800 more every year that people have to pay because of the tariffs. We now have an increase of about 38.9% in produce and fruits and all of that stuff just in the last year because of Trump's tariffs. And for me, it's really crazy to think that anybody could actually, still, with all of the evidence that we have, support this president. I don't want to get all political. I can't help it. But
No, it's okay. I mean, that's the thing is, science and politics science is political, guys. So even before Trump, the existence of these things and the ability for us to actually fund these things is a political statement that we have to be willing to say and fight for and talk about. And the idea that science was never political and now it's politicized, like that's not true. That is not true. It was politicized. George W. Bush with stem cells. It was, look at what happened in the 1950s and all of the physicists that came over. It's like, and that led to those immigrants of those physicists, by the way, led to the nuclear, the Manhattan projects, which led to the satellite
Right.
technology, which led to the silicon chip being here, which led to a whole 70 years of technological inventions that all happened here because of those people being pushed out because of the Nazis in Europe. So it's like, it doesn't take much, to have, because there's a domino effect in it that happens in science research where like think about it, guys, like the Gila monster. Okay. Gila monster metabolism was studied in 1997. All right. And like, why would you need to study that? Well, it's because we figured out how metabolism worked. We figured out how GLP-1 agonists worked. And guess what? 30 years later, we're getting Ozempic, and that, what is the Ozempic that we are stopping now? That's the problem. What is the Ozempic that we are stopping from actually happening now, and stopping the development of that we have been funding for the last 10, 15, 20 years? What have we done? And that we don't know. And that's what's so sad. The United States isn't going to be a player and not going to be the leader in that next technology. And that's just what's happening.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said, and especially with the part that the United States will no longer be what it has been, for the last century. And that's pretty sad, because even though I'm from Mexico, even though I was born and raised in TJ. I have been in this country for over 20 years,
Awesome.
and I love this country as if it were mine.
It
My
is.
kids, my kids were born here, and it pains me and it saddens me to see not only what this administration has done to basically bring down um, the United States from the place where it was before on the
Mhm.
world stage, but to see what it has done to my people, to my Latino, to my Mexican and Latino community. I know that there's a lot of people that agree and a lot of people that don't agree with, deportations, and we can leave that aside.
Mhm.
But the actual mistreatment of humans is just something that nobody can get behind.
Exactly.
And so that's another thing that, like, for me, it's very sad to see just things kind of going down the drain, seeing the cities being militarized, seeing my own estate of California, which is, you and I are not too far apart. I'm in Riverside,
Okay, cool.
and
I went to
just to see.
UCR. That's where I got my PhD. So
Oh, really?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Right
Yeah.
below the sea, the cement sea. That's where we
love-
lived, for the longest time. But hey, you know what? I just want to let you know that Americans are born all throughout the world, and they come here and come to the United States as their home. And I think that is the beauty of this country, is that we are you are the beauty of America, genuinely. And I think that people that don't understand it, that don't understand the immigrant experience, that don't appreciate the diversity of perspective and thought and background, they're losing so much. The best of our scientific community are the immigrants that stay here, and they came for a PhD, or they came after their PhD, and now they stay because they like it. They create families here. That's where a lot of our businesses come from. And that is, I just want to let you know, I see you, I appreciate you, and I'm sorry that people like genuinely are so numb to what America is and what's made us great, and that people have stopped appreciating you and people like you and the immigrants that have made this country what it is. And I hate it. And so we have to change that.
We have to. And that's one of the reasons that, actually, the main reason I joined TikTok and that I built the platform that I have, which is not that big, but it's getting bigger every day.
Yeah.
Because I am using my voice and I am using my platform to inform my people. And like I told the doctor this morning, I want to make sure that when my people go to vote next time, that they use their brains. And I want them to be 100% informed on every single issue that is on that ballot. And so for that reason, I told everybody to follow you. I see that a lot of my people did listen. They're here. I want to say again, hello to my friends, Team Voice. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. And in advance, I also want to say that I am sorry, because there's a lot of people that are Trump supporters that follow me everywhere I go.
No, it's okay.
I do receive a lot of hate. I do receive. There's this guy that was here earlier, and I'm 100% sure he has like 178,000 followers on YouTube. So he'll probably make a video of me sitting here talking to you.
Yeah.
These are online trolls, so I do want to apologize for the negativity.
We love it. No, trust me. I look at the numbers, and the hate watchers are the people that are here the longest. They're here for 2-3 hours, and they're spamming chat, which is increasing engagement, which makes us one of the highest TikTok lives on the entire platform. And it's crazy. Some of the biggest donors and the biggest fans of the show are actually Republicans. So it's we chink away at their armor, and they see that you can actually be a compassionate person, and you can actually try to make the world the world a little bit better by making your community a little bit better. And it wears them down, and their little toxicity hurricane gets worn down over time, and they come to their senses, and they stop spamming all caps, and then they start talking in sentences, and then they come on, and then they they see that we're humans too. So it's all good.
Well, I see that he's here, and he even said, "Voice freedom of press is all right. Deal with it." So 100% he will record it, and then he will make a video of it. And I am sorry.
No, it's okay. He should come on. He should come on The Voice, and then we should chat. We shouldn't hide. So.
Yeah. So anyways, I just wanted to let you know in advance, because I feel like I do have to apologize. This is why I try not to go to a lot of different platforms, because
you're always
this
welcome
hate,
here. No.
this hate kind of follows me wherever I go.
No. That's not what we welcome it. That's why I'm the #1 most canceled scientist already. So you don't have to, you know what I mean? That's okay. People have already been they tried to get me kicked out of grad school for sticking up against Jill Stein and her nonsense. They tried to report our stream to the FBI and Bill Bendingo or whatever his name is. So they tried to, report us everywhere, get us kicked out and shut down already. And we're still here every day. And that's just what it is.
Well, thank you so much. And again, if I see the video, I'll send it to you. I'm sure he'll do it, because he just said it right here in the comments.
Yeah, you should come on instead. We should record it. Get your segment. What's his name?
Políticamente sincero.
Okay, cool. He just requested. Awesome.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Kemal.
Yeah. Anyways, well, I just want to say again, thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for informing the people. Thank you for also speaking Spanish, because not a lot of doctors take the time to learn even a little bit. And so I'm just excited. I'm so excited that I found this one place in TikTok where we can actually talk about science and about vaccines specifically, which holds a very, very dear place in my heart. So thank you, doctor. And with that,
buenas noches. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Have
a good one.
Bye.
All right, guys. All right. So we got Miss Gee. We have Miss Gee, Theater Geek. Captain Zanzibar's gone. Then Zach. Then Tim Rowe. Tim Rhodes left. Then Amos. And then Politica. So Miss Gee. I'm gonna get you guys all on. Don't worry. Don't run now. Okay, you guys are all requested. You're all excited. Just stay. Everyone has to have a chance. All right. Yeah. True. 5-minute timers. True. Miss Gee, how's it going?
Hi, it's Miss G.
Miss G, I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's okay, not a problem. Dr. Greg, that name is that's great. Okay, we have a lot in common there.
Cool.
Okay, I thank you so much for all the information that you have given, and I wanted to come up. I'm not going to talk as long as everyone else, and I'm wondering why and where were you when we were voting and people were voting for Kennedy? Where were you?
I know. I you know what? I feel guilty about that, to be honest with you. Like it was really hard at the last year of my PhD. So I had to take science communication off, and it was a lot of stress to finish up my my work. I mean, it was in 2 weeks, I did 4 all-nighters at the lab, so it was like a lot of just gnarly, and then a lot of writing.
So you were working.
Yeah.
You were working.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
because
then
I look, I did not take the COVID vaccine, and I had gone to my doctor, and they tested me for allergies, and my son looked at the paper, and he said he also has passed away, but he said, "You are allergic to everything." I said, "I know, I never knew that." Okay, so my doctor said, "You know what? We don't know too much about the COVID vaccine, so I'd rather you not take it."
Mm-hmm.
So I did not listen to him. I went to a second doctor, a second opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And I took my paperwork, and he said no, because I would rather you not take it, because we don't know what's in that vaccine. Okay, and here doctors saying this. Well, my daughter and I got COVID. Okay, and what we did was, I couldn't take, anything, and the doctor said you can't come in. And so what I did was, we went back to maybe 300 years ago, and what we did was, we used my great great grandmother's Indian recipe that I hadn't made in years. And when I did, my father-in-law was so ill, and I whipped it up for him, and I gave it to him. He was in the bed. He had been in the bed for a week, and he drank all of it. And then the next day he was up and about, and he said, "You know what? You need to stand on the corners, and whatever this is,
What?
you need to sell it."
Oh no.
So,
Okay.
yeah, so it was funny to me, but that was something that we did. We went back into our ancestry and our roots, and we got the recipes and everything, and we used it, and I'm still here.
Okay.
I believe in vaccines. I was vaccinated. I took the every vaccine you could think of, and God has blessed me. I've been here 77 years. Okay. What are the what I want to know from you is, if you could explain, because no one has explained this in depth. Can you please tell me and explain to the audience, what is the Eve? I'm a Black woman. What is the Eve gene?
The ED gene? I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm sorry. What did you say?
It's a EVE, the Eve gene, mitochondria, something where everyone has the
Oh,
Eve
the
gene.
most okay. The Eve gene, the mitochondrial Eve, a scientific concept describing the most recent common maternal ancestor for all living humans. It's not a gene
Right.
itself. Oh, okay, yeah. So basically, this is really cool. You have two genomes inside of you. Every single human cell has the mitochondrial genome and your human genome. So this is because when the sperm and the egg meet, basically all the mitochondria for the sperm is in the tail, and when the tail sloughs off, only the mitochondria from the egg is left. So what that means is that basically you can trace back all through the maternal line, right? Because it's only the eggs. You can trace back maternally, like where and how humans evolved, which is just really cool.
Okay, but the Eve gene is from an African woman, and everyone is supposed to have the Eve gene.
It's not a gene. It's just the fact that there's a mitochondria. It's an Eve, like a mitochondria, like Adam and Eve, like you can. It's the idea that maternally you can search people. It's not an actual gene.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone does not have the Eve gene.
Well, you do, in the fact that you have your mitochondrial genome. Every person has a mitochondrial genome and a human genome from your mom and your dad. But then your mitochondrial genome is just from your mom.
Okay. I appreciate you. I
Yeah.
thank you for everything you've done. I hope at some time or another you run for office and
Thank you.
get us healthy. I'm serious. And you're not bad to look at either. So I thank you for that. That's why these women are on here and staying so long.
Guys,
Okay.
I got the 55 and older. We're like 60% women. I don't know, 65% women. I don't know. You guys make up a small percentage, but you're all on here.
I'm telling you, you're a fine looking guy
Okay.
there. You know what I'm saying? And you would have probably
Thank
won
you.
a lot of votes just because of the way you look. But I'm glad that not only do you look good, but you are educated and you're smart and you're
No, thank you.
honest about a lot of things.
You're
Thank
very
you
kind.
so much, and I'll come back and visit.
Thank you. I can't wait to talk again. All right, bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Oh man. Settle down, chat. Settle down. Settle down. Settle down. You guys are so silly. Okay, Theater Geek. Then Zach. Oh, Amos left. Amos always leaves. Amos always Emma's always talks trash in chat and then requests up and then leaves. So it's just like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Theater geek. Theater geek, how's it going?
I'm good, my friend. How are you doing tonight?
Good.
I hope there's not too much of a delay. My internet has been like horrible today. But I hope I'm also not blowing up your spot too much. I feel like I'm on your live like every night now.
No, bro, that's all good.
But there's so much I want to say, but one kind of main topic that I wanted to discuss, and you totally let me know whether you want to talk about this or not. I'm going to take a hard left from everything that we've been talking about. So if you want to stay on the topic of like vaccines and C19 and all that, totally get it. But or would you be open for me to introduce like a totally different
Go for it,
topic?
bro. Whatever you want.
Okay. So cool. This is a controversial hot take that I think that this country is completely brainwashed on, that I don't think should be remotely a controversial hot take. I'm hoping you and I are on the same page, but this is like a hill I'll die on. I think you're like, what could it be? I think that routine infant circumcision is a horrific, barbaric human rights violation, and that it should be completely outlawed with absolutely zero religious exceptions.
I mean, I agree, man. It's manipulation. It's body mutilation. I mean, it's grotesque.
Oh my God. Do you know how grateful I am to hear you say that?
Yeah, man.
Thank God. It's something that I try to raise more awareness. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say I try to raise awareness on it, and it's wild how quick people are to like mock and dismiss that trauma as being like overly sensitive. And it's like, no, you changed my body without my consent for the rest of my life.
100%, dude.
What?
I think about it. I think about it constantly, because my parents were religious, and then now I have to bear this, it's like when I go to the bathroom or I'm changing or something, it's like a constant reminder of something that happened to me that I didn't consent to. So it is really bad. I don't agree that it should be. And people die from it, by the way, especially like rabbis.
I know.
And all that stuff that they do. Kids die from herpes every year because they bite it instead of using a medical tool. So it's grotesque. It's awful. Kids die from it. It's crazy. The nice thing that I will say is that like it's not really pushed. When we had our boys, they didn't. NB. They didn't push it on us. It was just kind of like they didn't ask us, they didn't push it, they didn't say you need to go what's on. Yeah, you guys don't know about it. Oh yeah, it's true, guys. It's true. So
yeah, there are. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, doctor.
Yeah. So but I don't think that it's really being pushed necessarily. It's just existing, and people are searching it out, kind of thing.
Unfortunately, I've talked to people that do specifically say that they want. I think that the reasoning, like, oh, I want my son to look like me, is there was a comedian that was like, that is the most shit I have ever heard in my entire life. Like, it's crazy. But
no, my kids have noticed that, but guess what? Mine looks different than theirs anyway. So you just say that, everyone's looks a little bit different, and that's what it is. So you just it's very easy to explain it away, bro. It's a child. You can like just say that's how mine looks and yours looks differently, and everyone's looks a little bit different. So
also, I have never once in my entire life seen my dad's. Like, I don't think most families sit around comparing their bodies. Like, you know what I mean? So strange. I was gonna say that. Oh man, there was something else that I was going to mention about the whole issue / topic. I've met multiple grown men that can't enjoy intimacy because it's painful, because they had too much skin removed at birth. Like, that is horrifying. And I've met many men with deformities from it. Deformities are quite common. People think it's just like this tiny little piece of skin and it's this quick little snip that doesn't affect much. The fact that people don't realize that it is intensely painful, intensely traumatic, and literally completely changes the entire functionality of what that body part can do, and changes the way that you can experience one of the most beautiful fundamental parts of the human experience, I just think is like insane.
I mean, it's a gland. The head's a gland, so you're exposing those glands, so the cells are completely functioning differently. They're not supposed to be out there exposed and being touched and constantly. That's the whole point of the hood. That's the whole idea.
Right. And people don't realize that you have built-in lubrication because it glides up and down the length of that body part. People don't know that. People don't realize that there's a thing called a frenulum, which is an intense pleasure receptor that is very, very sensitive, and a ton of men can just very lightly stimulate the frenulum and experience an orgasm from it.
I'm with you, man.
Completely carved mine out. And a lot of guys I know don't have it. They're just completely carved out.
Oh no, I'll have to check. I don't know. I'll have to check that. Oh, that's crazy. But well, thank you, man. I just in the spirit of the time, and it's so funny. I got a friend in chat that's like he's in jokes. We talk about it all the time. So it's kind of funny to talk about this for the first time on TikTok. But it is something that I do talk about.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say American just said this conversation is TMI. I don't know why it's TMI when it's like something that's done all the time. And like,
this is the intersection of science and politics, man. People die from kids dying from herpes. Like, I'm sorry, you have to deal with it. All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, Theater Geeks, thanks for coming on, bro. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I'm so grateful for you. I'm so glad we're on the same page, and I hope you have a great night.
Nice, man. Thanks for coming on. Peace. Okay. Zach, and then Amos, and then Politicamente. Zach, what's up, bro?
Well, I'm interested. I would have gotten up here to talk more about health stuff, but maybe we can start with why on earth you would, on a public platform, say that mohels are biting children.
They do. They die of herpes every year.
Yeah. Okay. So the oral suctioning practice, the oral suctioning practice, which rarely happens, involves absolutely no biting. And biting is quite a different action than suctioning blood. Would you agree?
What are you talking about, bro? Rabbis, kids,
there's no
dying,
biting.
New York,
biting.
Herpes.
There is no biting. Hold on, but there is no biting. Stop fucking talking out your ass.
How do you think it happened, dude? How do you think it happened? Maybe so maybe they use a scissor now. Maybe you think the suckling is a better action? Is that okay?
Excuse me.
You're suckling. Is it suckling a better thing? Is that okay? You want to talk about suckling rather than that?
Greg, just because you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about.
Zach, you want to don't get mad. Don't get mad, bro. Don't get triggered.
You're the one that got called out.
You're triggered. What are you talking about? I'm talking about kids that die every year, and you're okay with the kids dying, and you're okay with kids being suckled. That's what you're saying. You're saying you're defending their right to suckle.
You said that mohels bit children.
They did. No, they did. They may not now, but that's how it worked, bro. Do you think that they always had knives? Do you think that they always had knives?
Literally, Abraham uses a knife.
Like what?
It has always been a knife. And then there was a practice to remove blood from the wound that happens after they cut it with a knife. The fact that you said bite is just a gross, like completely non-factual statement.
You're so mad. You're so triggered. I love that you're okay with the kids dying from herpes every year, but you really want to care. You really want to point out that the suckling is really what they did. You're really interested in it. You're really interested in that. Okay. Yeah. I thought we would care about the kids dying from herpes, but I guess we don't care about that. We care about the suckling instead.
Did you find the article about the kids dying?
What?
So let's see that article.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let's find that article. Let's find the article about the kids that have died from from ritual circumcision in the Jewish community. You fucking lie. You're just full of shit, dude. So I don't know,
bro. You're so triggered.
Who's listening? Well, again, because I was just gonna have a nice conversation about the science that you're full of shit on.
To come up. So that so you don't know what you're talking about.
Judaism.
You're so mad. You're so mad. You're so mad. I love it. You're so triggered, dude.
How can you be a fucking Jew and get up on here and talk full of shit?
You're so mad. You're so mad, dude.
Yeah.
Should I not
be mad? Hold on, should I not be
Baby
mad?
dies of ritual circumcision by Orthodox Jews, 2012, ABC News. New York City is investigating the death last September of a baby who contracted herpes after a ritual circumcision with oral suction in an ultra-Orthodox Jewish ceremony known in Hebrew as, in a practice that takes place during a ceremony known as the bris. A circumcision practitioner, a moil, removes the foreskin from the baby's penis and with his mouth sucks the blood from the incision to cleanse the wound. The district attorney's office in Kings County, Brooklyn, is investigating the death of the 2-week-old baby at the hospital that would not disclose the name of the moil or whether or not they had would be a prosecution. We are looking into it. That's all I can say, the DA source said to abcnews.com. The 5,000-year-old religious practice has been primarily in Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox communities and has caused an alarm among city health officials. In 2003 and 2004, 3 babies, including a set of twins, were infected with type 1 herpes. The cases were linked to circumcisions, and 1 boy died. The moil who performed the procedures was later banned from doing circumcisions, according to the New York Times. It was not known if he was involved in the recent death. It is certainly not something any of us recommended in the modern infection control era, said Dr. William Schaffner, chair of preventative medicine at Vanderbilt University. This is a ritual of historic Abraham that comes down through the ages and is now has met modern science. He said it was never a good idea, and there's a better way to do it. The modern Jewish community uses a sterile aspiration device to clean the wound in a circumcision. In 2004, death, and the more recent one, a moil infected the penile wounds of the type 1 herpes virus, which both affects the mouth and the throat. It's different than the type 2 of the genital herpes, HSV2, which is a sexual transmitted disease and can cause deadly infections with the newborn passes through the infected birth canal. So they know it was definitely from the mouth. It wasn't from the genital herpes. Neonatal herpes is, quote, almost always a fatal infection, according to Schaefer. It's a bad virus with no immunity and is very serious illness. Now we have another death, an unnecessary, tragic death. Infections are rare, according to a 2009 study in the New England Journal of Medicine, affecting only 1 infant in 3,000 births, but is a serious infection with a fatality rate of 64%, even with an antiviral treatment, and fewer than 20% of those who survive develop normally. Schaefer has a medical consultant in 2004, death of the twin, when city and state officials butted heads with the religious leaders who defended their freedom to continue their traditional practice. Hey, that's you. Unfortunately, adults can carry the herpes virus without any symptoms. Applying the mouth to an open wound can transmit the virus, which can disseminate throughout the body of the infant.
I don't think anyone should be touching their bare mouth.
Oh, no, you're talking about suckling. You wanted that. You were totally you didn't think that this happened at all. So you said what babies never die of ritual circumcisions.
You said bite as if that's the way they get the foreskin off you. That's what you said.
That's how they used to do it. Yeah. That's how they used to do it.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Never, ever, not once, not ever in a single time, ever once. But you said it. Did you say it? Based on what? Based on what facts? No facts. That's what you said. You said it based on out of your ass facts. So I just want to just clear it up.
Okay. So I care about the kids dying. That's the whole point of this. I care about the kids dying. Like, what is wrong with you? You don't care about the kids dying. No, you do. You don't care. You care. You're trying to run a hedge for these people, and you're trying to get me on some semantic point. When in reality, these kids are dying, and you don't care about it.
Is it a semantic point?
You're being very pedantic about this. You're being very pedantic on this.
That's not semantic. It's not pedantic. The difference between a circumcision using.
What are you going to talk about, bro? What are you going to talk about? What are you here to talk about?
Well, I'm again based on your general knowledge and
that you know so much more about me. Here you go. This is your chance. Here we go.
Again, you were the one on a panel as a doctor saying that circumcision used to be done by biting the penis.
Okay.
That's what you
okay.
said. That's what you said on your panel.
If that
wasn't
isn't how it's traditionally done, then I was wrong.
Never.
Okay.
Never once.
Okay.
Ever in all of history.
Okay.
Okay. So where did you get that?
That's what I had heard. Maybe I was wrong.
Okay. I could. So that now we can move on.
Okay.
How did you come to believe that we have such a good health system that there's nothing to clean up in our food system, in our pharma system, in our ag system?
What? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Can you?
Why are we all sick? Why is everyone sick?
Because we're detecting it better. We have better detection methods of cancer and autism and all that kind of stuff. It's not
autoimmune diseases. We don't have any rise in autoimmune diseases.
Well, yeah, because we understand that autoimmune. We didn't think that autoimmune diseases existed 100 years ago, and now we do. So,
are you telling me that we've always been this fat? Is that what you're saying?
No, of course not. We have more calories that we eat and that we are capable of having because we have more processed foods readily available. But that doesn't mean that processed foods in and of itself is poison.
Okay, so again, we're all fat and getting health, heart disease and cancer and all of these. Do you think cancer is ever related to environmental factors?
How many left-handed people existed 200 years ago?
Is this the idea that we would we'd sort of persecute left-handed?
How many left-handed people exist?
How many lefties do you think existed? I don't know. What was the question?
How many left-handed people existed 200 years ago?
200 years ago.
How many left-handed people?
You're trying to talk into ChatGPT and you're trying to transcribe what I said so you can go along. Is that what you're doing?
I'm talking to a left-handed person in the room.
Yeah.
Not ChatGPT.
Oh, sure. Whatever.
1%
Yeah, but what's the point? Again,
yeah,
I understand.
None of them existed because people were forced to write with their right hand. That's the whole point. Yeah, because so as we accept them into society and we don't push them into writing with their right hand, we accepted them into society and we have, we can see them now. So in the same way that we allow these autoimmune disorders and we understand the detection of them better, we have more and more of them. It's not that we have more people that are sick. It's just that we are living older. We have more ability to detect them. Same thing with autism. People are sick, in general, when it's the comorbidities with obesity, because people are more obese than normal, which is not good. But it's not like we're not creating these illnesses through modern society.
So you don't think any environmental factors created by, as you say, modern society have had any detrimental effect on our health?
I'm sure it could, man. Yeah. I mean, in general, yeah, maybe, but not to the account that you're talking about.
Well, I don't know if I set a benchmark on that, but what I'm trying to understand from you is we look at a objectively less healthy country, and then we look at the changes in environment that have happened during this period that we seem to have declined in general health. And the variable that seems to stand out is the massive increase in chemicals and poisons that have found their way into the things that we consume. Do you disagree with that?
I think that you can have it in moderation, man. Everything is a poison at some point. You know what I mean? Water can kill you. You have to have it's just we aren't our food isn't poison. It's a nutrition and overconsumption problem that we have in the United States.
Got it. So, and so the same companies that gave us Teflon, which they at one point said were fine, and we found out they weren't fine. You don't think that any of that exists in our current industrialized food or ag system or pharma system?
I mean, just the for-profit. Are you saying that because it's for-profit that it's inherently untrustworthy?
I'm saying because it's for-profit, it is certainly open to questions. And if what we see is a profit motive in keeping us sick or a profit motive in, how about this?
Do you think that
do you see
people
any
that
problem
do you
with
think that
Bayer
people that are
and
doing
Monsanto
the
being
that are
one company?
using do you think that people that are using naturopaths, do you think that naturopaths are for profit?
Oh, 100%. I don't
Okay.
think that there aren't a ton of charlatans in the health space.
Okay.
That's not the question. It's not that every person selling some sort of, basil oil is the fix for health, but to try to sort of ignore the blatant industrialization of our food and our medicine and our like just general crops and all of the synthetic things that we put on our body and in our body all the time. You don't think that potentially that those things have had a marked, like, and then when you, exactly, it'd be one thing if we had a totally healthy country, but given our dismal health record, you don't think there's a reason to question those things?
I don't think that they can be linked to like genetically modified food. Genetically modified foods like create less pesticides in general because
GMO is not what we're talking about here.
you're talking about food. Yeah, of course it is.
When I talk about food and ag, what I do talk about is I'm talking about the fact that we spray everything with pesticides.
Yeah,
right?
and genetically modified foods require less pesticides because the pesticide is made within the plant as opposed to having to have it sprayed on them. Obviously, genetically
I
modified
have
foods
no
have
problem.
some type of pesticides, but they require less pesticides than natural organic farming.
That's great. I have nothing against
Okay.
genetically modified food. All food is in essence genetically modified. Tomatoes are the most genetically. Lemons don't even exist in nature. Like genetically modifying things is not a problem.
Okay.
Putting chemicals all over our food is a problem. Industrialized processing of our food with chemicals is a problem. The fact that we, then have food that is manufactured to make us eat it at all times in quantities that are patently unhealthy for us is a problem.
It's the
The fact that
quantities.
all of
I
our
agree with
food
you with the
companies,
quantities. I agree. It's just I don't think that the chemicals are inherently bad because you have to protect your crop, right? You have to protect it from other like the number one way that your crop can be taken if it's a farmer is other crops because basically the amount of nutrients that your plant needs, if you have a weed next to it, it's going to require a lot of the same nutrients. So you need to have a way to kill all the weeds, which is why the EPSPS gene and all the glyphosate resistance and stuff happens with Roundup. And then, you have to have a way to protect it from bugs. So you have to have a way to stop these insects from just eating all your stuff. I mean, that the genetically modified BT that, is used for that. So
I understand the narrative, which is that like once you create an industrialized food system, then you can't farm in a deeply sustainable way because the very structure that you're trying to build is sort of, you have to kill the weeds, right? Because you can't cover it and cover crops, and you can't, graze, you can't, co-graze livestock on top of it so that you can take care of it naturally. You can't do those things because we have an industrialized food system. We have an industrialized ag system.
I mean, heterogeneous like production of monocultures being
Monocrops?
bad, and I yeah, in theory, I agree with you. Like that's okay. There's crop rotations that happens, and we're figuring out ways that it's more about actually the microbiome of the soil rather than monoculturing the plants that have the biggest impact because that's why people use like legumes in order to actually nitrify nitrogen gas in order to put nitrates into the soil so that you can create more of a healthier soil. In general, yeah, dude, I agree with you. Like diversity and diversity of species leads to healthier ecosystems, but it's just harder to till. It's harder to manage. It's harder to do all that kind of stuff.
Well, it's harder on an industrialized system. We listen, and I understand that like we have all of these things for a reason, right? That we have to like feed a certain population at a certain size, and we never developed an individualized system to do that, and we couldn't have done it logistically, pre-AI, pre all sorts of tech, but we're moving in that direction. I guess what I'm having a problem with is like you recognize some of these basic truths of our system,
Yeah.
but you're here against the guy who is the first person to really enter our government to truly fight for these things. and you're simping for industries that are, poisoning us on an industrial scale. I don't get it.
Because I'm a scientist, dude, and RFK doesn't understand science and he doesn't stand with science. So yeah.
You mean he doesn't understand science, or he doesn't understand that you're right with your science?
No, what science is. Science is science. It's not what I care. It's not
So you
my
don't think
opinion, dude. It's
there's
not what
no
my
scientists-
opinion.
You're saying there's no doctors or no scientists that disagree that vaccines are good?
Of course you can find, of course you can find someone. And that's one of the reasons why I'm like doing science communication and I'm out here, because it is so alarming that people see PhDs and people see MDs and they understand and they trust that. And I think that's ridiculous. So yeah, of course I am like fighting against that.
But like, you as a doctor, that, say, aluminum is not a good thing to put in a body.
That's not true. Like there is no, dude, there is a
Don't we
1.2
use
million.
aluminum
There's
specifically?
1.2 million child study that's just came out of Denmark that busted all of this. It followed them over 20 years. And RFK, instead of refuting it and trying to have his own study funded by the HHS and the CDC, and he could have, but they didn't, and he just tried to get it retracted from the journal instead. So I mean, people like you are running the fucking show now. So why aren't you just like, go do your studies, like show it through science, like let's see it.
Isn't that been what RFK says every time he's asked? They say, "Are you
No.
against vaccines?" He says, "I'm not against vaccines."
That's
I'm
bullshit. Yeah,
against-
of course he is. Like, yeah, of course he is.
Well, again, I think that there are a lot of people who have seen the science and who say that, like, based on their review of the science, they don't trust the efficacy of sticking our children with a bunch of shots in their first couple days of life.
Yeah, and that's just wrong. There's all the data and around not just our country, but globally, that all comes together and shows this. It's not just like our corrupt FDA or whatever you guys want to, strict it up to.
So again, and the reason I say corrupt FDA is because, or the corrupt, whatever.
It's your FDA now. It's your FDA.
So an FDA, well, I know, thank God. In 1985, when I was born, right, what was different? There was something pretty different about when I was born. It hadn't been made illegal to sue vaccine manufacturers.
You can,
when
right?
I was born.
You can, right? They're like malicious.
No.
And
you can within a closed system.
No, you can't. You're like malicious or like all the intent. Like I looked up the 1987 rule. Like we read it, and it's right there that you can have lawsuits on it.
I mean, you can send complaints through the system that they created that is outside of the system.
No. 1987 pharma lawsuit.
I believe that in 1985, when I was born, there were 17 total shots that a kid got before the age of 18.
Yeah, and there's that's because we've created vaccines that actually stop them from being.
Did we
that's
have
a
a
good thing.
health emergency in 1986 that I'm unaware of that caused us to, like, quadruple the amount of shots we were giving brand new children? Or did we make it illegal to sue vaccine manufacturers?
You think that's why? You think that the pharmaceutical?
Again,
how much
yes,
money do you think
that's
that
why.
is made from like a measles outbreak per patient?
Probably very little per patient.
$47,000 per patient
But we have
in
300
Washington.
million people in this country.
That's, so
And if all of them-
$47,000, and the measles vaccine is $100. So what do you?
You've seen the numbers on measles, right? Of like
Yeah.
that we were 95% done with measles deaths.
Yeah.
Like we were down 90% in 1956 when they brought them out.
So
Why?
Why would
Because
you?
there was
So
just
that you want
general-
that's what measles. You want it low, and that's where how you can eradicate something because you make it zero.
But that was before the vaccine.
Okay.
That was before the vaccine got introduced. We had dropped 90%.
Okay.
And then we introduced the vaccine. And the only thing that changed was that now suddenly, instead of having a natural immunity, we create a quote unquote, like an artificial immunity that does a job. I'm not saying it doesn't do the job, but it does a worse job, and you know that. It does
No, it
a worse
doesn't.
job than natural immunity.
No, it
Than
doesn't.
natural immunity?
No.
Absolutely does.
No, it doesn't. No. You get more like diverse types of antibodies because you're getting antibodies to the capsid and the shell and the binding proteins and all that kind of stuff. But the main advantage is that you're not exposed to the virus that causes the disease. So yeah, it's way
you're right.
safer.
Your idea is that because you might save one kid from getting sick, we should lower the general immunity of our entire population.
It's not lowering the general immunity. That is not how it works. That's not how the immune system works.
That there is a more robust immune system that you get from having a natural reaction.
No.
I have a natural immunity to chickenpox because I had chickenpox.
No, that's not how it works,
It
dude.
didn't kill me.
Yes, because a dead kid, dude, doesn't have a good immune system. So that's what we're trying to avoid. Just like we're trying to avoid the kids that are getting like suckled and the herpes dying. We're trying to avoid the kids that are dying from the measles. You have a really hard problem with trying to like prevent kids from dying. There's something that's wrong with you. You don't care.
No, in both of these instances, what you're saying is I can point to a singular moment or an exception case, like a way small percentage, and because of that, we're going to do something to the general population. And I don't think that's the way. I don't think that is do no harm. I certainly, when there are not, and you would agree that there are adverse reactions to vaccines. It happens.
Very
I'm
few.
not going to say
it's very few. It's a lot of it's psychosomatic because of people like you.
So why?
Because
you
have all these people that talk about poisons and all this nonsense to them, and that people are having like actual, like they're actually having mild anxiety attacks because of people like you. And so it's the actual people that actually die from vaccines are insanely rare. We're talking like on the order of like in Nigeria was like 1 in a million. And globally, it's like 1 in 50 million. I mean, it's just insane, and it's just the first shot. It's like one of it's just insane that you think that they're more. Do you think that you believe you believe RFK that said that more people died from the vaccine than the actual disease of COVID-19?
No, I mean, I don't know that to be sure on either way. I'd have to look at his data, but I wouldn't say that that's the point, because I think that when you're talking about a disease, right? Let's say COVID is a disease and it's a bad disease.
Okay. Do you think that SARS-CoV-2 is real? Do you think viruses are real?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I think that disease is a real thing.
Do you think that viruses are real?
Sure. I mean...
Okay, are they the root cause of the disease?
Do I think that they were the cause of a disease? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Like,
okay. Do you accept germ theory?
Sure.
Sure? Like, what are you...
I don't know, what is the alternative here?
There's a lot... I mean... There's a lot of people that don't accept germ theory now, that don't think that viruses are real, that they think that there's like a terrain model of disease and that viruses basically spontaneously are attracted to decaying matter and all that kind of nonsense. So it's yeah, dude, it's wild.
I mean, I'm interested in the evolution of science. I would look at any of those theories with curiosity. I'm not familiar with those. I don't think I'm required to not believe in germ theory to question whether pharma companies, ones that brought us,
bro, because if you don't think that viruses are real, then why would you get a vaccine for something that isn't real and you would only have the negative side effects from it? That's the whole point.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that like these people can have been they could have been told that viruses don't exist. Right? It doesn't change the fact that maybe it was a bad idea to give, second graders who had a nil chance of getting seriously ill from COVID, multiple vaccines.
They did. People People have genetic disorders that were triggered by COVID even as children. I've had moms on here that had the kids with those genetic disorders, man. Like it's not trivial. And they go home and they spread it to their parents that could be immune compromised and that could have died. So yeah, that's why you do it.
Did the vaccine stop transmission?
For people with a low viral load, yeah, absolutely. That's how it works.
It seems to me that the only absolute guaranteed thing that I know happened was that pharma companies made a boatload of money.
No, dude. The vaccines were actually bought in bulk at such a low price that the pharmaceutical companies didn't make a ton of money off of the vaccine itself. It was the people conflate the stock market in the 2021 and say, oh my gosh, look at all the money that Pfizer making, contributed it all to to vaccine production, but it's not. Like the Biden actually negotiated a really low drug price on it, and it wasn't a huge thing for them. Moderna did really well because they were a small, like, micro cap company at the time. But the Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson actually stopped the production of it because it was too costly for them. It didn't make any financial sense for them.
Costly, or were they finding all sorts of adverse reactions because it was
for the
not
myocarditis? Yeah, they had a slightly increased myocarditis rate on theirs.
So again, with the do no harm thing, were people really saying we think it is more likely that people are going to unalive from COVID than they are from myocarditis, which they know they might.
580% more likely for the COVID-19. If you're worried about, you actually worry about myocarditis, you actually go with the vaccine every single time, because you get myocarditis 580% more likely with COVID than you get with the vaccine. Rates per million.
It is totally understandable that you would aim your desire to help people at, whatever available tool comes online that as a doctor and as a physician, whatever you can tout. It does not make sense to me. Oh, good to know. It does not make sense to me, this idea that someone like Bobby Kennedy, a Harvard-trained lawyer who has sued Monsanto, who cleaned up the Hudson River, that you think that this man has like some sort of ill intention for our country, that he's just listening to morons, that these other people who disagree with you don't know anything, that the side that says, hey, maybe we should question this like ridiculously profitable industry that has fucked us over on multiple occasions,
dude,
we made it to question whether if we know for certain they make money.
Bro, I'm not a defender of the for-profit medicine model. I think that our healthcare system should be not for profit. I don't think that I think it's awful. I believe in single payer private provider personally. Like this wouldn't be my dream system, but the idea and what is the problem is that the attacking of the entire science as an institution because of this, and in somehow sowing doubt and discord into people that are trying to make medical decisions. And now we have all of vaccines, being under a cloud of suspicion. And you guys were saying, oh, I'm not anti-vax, I'm just anti this vax, for the longest time. And then now people are not taking like vaccines at all. So it's awful. It is bad.
Again, I had chickenpox. Now kids get a vaccine for chickenpox.
Who gives a shit, dude? I don't care about your anecdotes, man. Like, what are you talking about?
You probably got chickenpox.
What?
Right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. So why would I? That doesn't matter, dude. That's not how anecdotes mean. This is so interesting. You are mirroring his thought process. Your daddy, your content daddy, and you're suckling at him. And you're like all the lack of studies, the lack of science, the lack of scientific rigor. You're not actually engaging with anything and improving anything that you're saying. And it's like it's ridiculous.
Again, my evidence is that we have a deeply unhealthy populace, and then we have companies doing the same thing that for-profit industries do in all industries, which is like cut corners to make the most money, put their profit over the people. And I'm just saying, I'm looking at that consistently and saying, if we have a health problem, it's possible, since there's no actual incentive for the pharma industry to make us healthy, that maybe we just have a structural problem, and that maybe the fact that you can cite things based on quote unquote science that support that number, which is, you said something X and 55 million people. It's like, that comes from a study. It comes from a study funded by someone. I don't know who, but in a lot of instances, you would agree that it's funded by the same people who we're talking about here.
No, dude, you're exactly. You're talking about a global conspiracy. That was the one from the Lancet. And it was some type of some university. It wasn't funded by Pfizer or anything. And you're not understanding that Pfizer funds these companies, funds these FDA trials, absolutely, but they aren't the ones that are actually conducting it. You don't have Pfizer scientists in the lab doing the research. It's whether or not the FDA approval process is separate than the actual funding of it. and they deny stuff all the time. The FDA is one of the most cautious organizations in the entire world, and whether or not it approves like experimental new drugs. It does, man. Like I know professors that had their own like acetaminophen glue, basically, so that you had topical, glue like wounds during surgery that would be applying acetaminophen and the anti-inflammatory stuff right to it. It was a polymer that they made with acetaminophen itself. Didn't get it approved in the United States. It's approved globally except for the FDA. So it's like there's lots of different examples like that.
I don't know if you know this, but in most industries, regulations, primarily, we like to think that they're all there to save penguins and keep our air clean, but about probably 95% of all regulations are there to protect monopolies in whatever industry they exist in by creating a moat of expense around the threatening of whatever company's existing monopoly. And the reason that drugs get denied by our current FDA is generally because they threaten in some way one of our major players who don't like being threatened by outside people. And that's, again, consistent across all industries and consistent across this like full of shit late stage capitalist bullshit that we're all dealing with. And I just wonder why you find yourself so like drawn to support that system.
I don't, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, I'm not the idea that I'm just telling you what it is and what's actually happening. And like, my ideal is different. And that's just what it is, man. I don't know what to tell you. There isn't some global conspiracy amongst all the pharmaceutical companies in the world and all the governments to create these vaccines that are going to be pumped into people's bodies for monthly subscription costs. And it's just, that's not what it is.
It's a global conspiracy. Why does it have to be a global conspiracy? It's so simple. It doesn't require global.
They're global companies, bro. They're global companies, and they have to be in cahoots with the nations that they go into, man. You don't think that the nations are going to try to regulate the vaccines if they knew that it was poison?
Well, I'm confused. You mean the way that they regulated OxyContin?
Dude, that's like that is something that the difference is that OxyContin has an addictive quality into it that vaccines don't.
Well, it does sort of. You have how often do people get flu shots? It's whenever they put the sign.
Once a year for $100 versus a monthly OxyContin subscription. You think that they're comparable? There's a literal addiction mechanism. Like vaccines are.
I'm fully aware of the difference between fucking opioids.
Okay, then why'd you bring it up then?
Because you're missing the fact that like if it creates profit, it creates profit. That doesn't.
Yeah.
Sort of, they've got multiple models on this stuff, right?
They lied. In your own example, they lied. They said that OxyContin, with the whole point of it was that it wasn't addictive, and that's why they sold it, and that's why they touted it, and that's why all these physicians got sued because they were talking about and saying that it was actually non-addictive, and they got a bunch of people hooked on heroin and now fentanyl, and it's awful.
I'm personally aware.
Okay, that's all. I'm sorry to hear, man.
I guess you seem to be a fairly reasoned human being. At least, why the like? Do you really think like who our last health and Leo Becerra, I think his name was, under Biden? I think that's what his name was. Of course you don't know because nobody cared and nobody ever cares. And by the way, he was a lawyer. He wasn't a doctor. But do you think he was really like trying any of this stuff? Do you think he cared about clean ag and, a good food system and like cleaning up whatever potential harm is being done to the American populace by a profit-driven medicine system? Like,
I don't think that he was an ideological, like motivated person like RFK is. Like, of course not.
Since we know Bobby Kennedy isn't that a massive step in the right direction?
No, because he's defunding like our tools that we need to use in order to develop gene therapy stuff in order to better people. It's a huge quality of life decrease, man.
Do you think he's wanting to stop funding in things that are successful and good for the American populace? Do you think he has like a malicious sort of intent with all this? He wants us to be less healthy?
genuinely, dude, I don't know why he's going after mRNA vaccine technology. It must be like some type of thing where he has to like it has to be stop funding because he thinks that the vaccines are bad. And he's been anti-vax for a long time, so this is a
how he
new.
became anti-vax?
Well, I'm glad that you admit that because he said that he isn't anti-vax. So I'm glad that you're admitting it. But go ahead.
Of course, he wasn't. I mean, he was an environmental lawyer, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what he spent most of his career doing. And then a friend of his, like a family friend, came to him and they were like, "Hey, we like think something happened. We had a daughter that was like one way, and then she got a shot and she became a different way." And then he started looking into it as like a Harvard trained lawyer who had spent his whole career like suing Monsanto. And he decided that he like saw something different out of the data. I just wonder why you feel so sure that you know this data better than this guy does, son of Bobby Kennedy.
Why would it be the son of who? Why would that matter? Like it's about science, man.
Because
See,
Bobby Kennedy probably would have saved our entire
trying
country.
to
Literally the most.
you keep trying to like it's like this appeal to authority thing where I have to like again suckle at this guy and bootlick this guy. Like I don't care about who it is. I care about the studies and the data that he can produce in order to show his work, and that he hasn't been able to do that.
I'm saying you're not really like answering on principles. You're saying you're answering on details, but I don't actually think you know the details well enough to really claim that those details that you know, that you think you know, beat my like general principle understanding of this problem.
I haven't read the majority of or any of like the major vax papers. If that's what you're asking, of course not, dude. Of course, yeah. I'm not a virologist. I'm not an immunologist. That's not what I am. That's not what my expertise is in.
Isn't it possible that RFK, given that like all the other things that have nothing to do with vaccines or mRNA, you probably agree with him on, that it's possible that on this, maybe you are the one that doesn't know well enough.
I probably agree with him on the environment. I think that humans are causing damage to the environment. I think that we should save the environment. I think that human health is tied to the environment. Human health and environmental health are tied together. Like, that's fine. Like he can, I mean, we can agree on all that, but the idea that like he's going to just completely dismantle public health and that, because I agree with him on some other things, now I have to, be subservient to him. Like that's not how it works. And
I'm not saying subservient. You certainly are not going to go from this to being subservient. What I'm saying is I guarantee you that if you really did some soul searching on this, you have bought a narrative that has by and large been created by his enemies in the industries that he's been attacking his entire career. And I just have more faith in the deep like corruption and need to expose it and change it of our corporate owned government system than I do in like your numbers and the efficacy of science paid for by profit.
Okay. I mean, they're not the scientific method and the public health and the research and stuff that you're tying, and you think that the entire scientific institution is just in these pharma companies. And I think that is the big like problem that you're having, is that you think that science as an institution are these pharma companies basically, and you don't realize that like science and academia and stuff works completely separately, and they would have every indication and have every impetus in order to try to blow the lid on this. And every country in the world would want to show that this was like a poison that they're being injected to, and not to listen to these guys. And that just doesn't happen. Like you think that pharma companies control these countries. That's why I'm telling you that in order for what you're saying to be real, it would have to be a global conspiracy, and I would have to be in on it too. But you realize as a scientist, like I have like every financial and personal incentive in order to like blow the lid on this. Like if it was true, if I was a MD PhD that's working on some type of pediatrician or something, like there would be no way for me I would have every impetus in order to blow the lid on it, right? You realize that. It doesn't happen.
Yes or no. I don't know whether like as a scientist or as a researcher, you don't have quite a few more incentives to stay with the like established.
Yeah, like so that's the thing, is that so for me,
like
it'd be
whistleblowing is ever a profitable or fun endeavor, actually, the way you put it.
It would what? I'm sorry, you cut out.
I don't think that whistleblowing has ever been a popular or fun endeavor.
No, you would
Sort
be,
of the way
dude.
you
You would be.
describe it.
It would be like you'd get the Nobel Prize. You would because it would be a new mechanism for how we understand like how these things actually interact with the body. It would be a huge thing. It would be a huge step forward in science and our understanding. So it would be.
We don't have to disprove germ theory to potentially understand that pumping, babies full of aluminum is maybe not the best move.
But you're not
Especially
doing
for
that,
like
and
a
you're like
sexually
not
transmitted
understanding. You're just
disease that we
saying
know
these
they don't
words, but
have.
that's not what's happening. And there, it's a very, very small percentage of aluminum. And by the way, you're not even they've phased out aluminum in a lot of vaccines now. So like you're not even up to date with the Denmark study. Literally does this.
Why did they phase out? Why did they phase out aluminum?
Because the reason why they included it was that you got a stronger antibody response when it was in there in small amounts, and then now they've gotten that strong antibody response without the need to have the aluminum in there, so they removed it. So like even your own examples don't
because we know aluminum to be toxic.
No,
because
because they don't need to have it in there, and they don't need they get the same antibody response without it in there. So why would you have it in there? If it was a nefarious thing and they're trying to poison people and they're trying to get you sick in order to get you into the hospital, like that would be, they would keep it in there. They'd be trying to add more into it because the capitalist profit incentive would allow them to keep pushing more and more crap in there, just like what you were talking how they push more and more fillers and poison into our preservative foods, right? Our processed foods.
There's always they always push until you push back, right? So
no, it's not, dude. There just isn't a nefarious thing. Like sometimes people actually are trying to do the better thing and are trying to actually improve our society and are actually really not profit motive driven. And that's the thing, is that you think that like all of scientists, like if I was actually profit motive driven, I wouldn't have become a scientist. Like we don't actually make that much money. Like we don't like there. It's not, dude. I was making $100K in San Diego. Like you think that is like some like living it up pharma, profit stuff? Like give me a break, dude.
Well, first off, I know for a fact that you make more money on this app touting your beliefs than mine.
Dude, what are you talking about? I make like $100 a week.
I'm not saying you're doing it I'm not saying that you are making money. God knows people, say I'm making money all the time. I'm not making any money. I don't get up here to make money.
Okay.
But I do know that like there is more money in it for the people on the left.
I don't think so. This is the persecution complex of the right that you guys are forever like
persecution complex. You
yeah,
guys just
you guys are constantly like right. The right has the biggest podcasts in the world. You guys have the Joe Rogan Experience, bro. You have all these like comedy podcasts that are now right wing shills. Like you have everything. You guys have it all. Like, and you guys have the FDA and the CDC. Like why do you think that RFK doesn't just ban the vaccines if he knows they're just poison?
Because he never said that he was going to come in here and take people's. He was never going to take the choice.
So why wouldn't he just ban it?
Well, by the way, how much of what we ingest is poison?
Why isn't, if he knows the vaccines are poison and they're poisoning people, why isn't he banning them? Because he knows that he's lying to you, bro. Because that's why. Yes. Yes. He doesn't ban genetically modified foods because he knows that genetically modified foods are safe. He's banning, like he's not banning any of this nonsense, dude.
The genetically modified food thing is like it's like old hippie stuff. It's not.
I'm glad that you're honestly, dude. I'm glad that you're on the thing. I am curious though. I am curious about our anti-vax conspiracy list. I really genuinely like your opinion on these things. Just simple yes or no on whether or not you stand on these things. So just to confirm, germ theory, you do agree with germ theory being real?
Yeah, I don't know the counter argument well enough to speak on it, but sure.
Do you think that the immune system is real?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Lab leak. Do you think that the SARS-CoV-2 came from a lab?
100%.
Okay.
You think it came from a fucking like pangolin?
No, it's a bat. No, it's a bat. It's a bat and a raccoon dog. We can talk about that later. That's genuinely, that's actually my my expertise in science, so we could talk about that all night. I'd be totally down. But just to go through the list, moon landing. Do you think that the moon landing was faked?
No, I think that we made the moon landing, but I think they probably also did the fake stuff that everyone talks about as like a backup.
Oh, okay. Do you think space is fake? Is it a projection?
No.
Okay. Is the flat Earth?
No.
Okay. 6,000-year-old Earth?
No.
Okay. Is gravity real?
Of course.
Okay. Did evolution happen?
Yes.
Okay. Dinosaurs? Did dinosaurs real?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is climate change, are humans negatively impacting the environment?
Probably, but probably not to the level they say, and probably not in a way that we can, affect it with the elements that our government tried to make us affect it. I think they used a legitimate issue to politicize and and do government mechanism stuff. So it's always a nuanced bag.
Okay. Vaccines are safer than the disease?
Most times, no.
Okay.
On the whole, I'm not saying individually. I'm sure that when I get a vaccine, my one-on-one chance probably very good. Overall, I just don't know whether the likelihood of in our modern society where people are generally healthy. I heard it said once, they were like, if one person out of all of what they never say is that if one kid or 3 kids out of whatever die of measles, then we should be looking for what's special about those kids and seek to change that, not inject 300 million people with a drug.
Yeah, but dude, that's like eugenics, bro. That's like saying that if you have the genetic mutation that doesn't give you the right immune system, then you're done.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it's a much better thing to look at who is negatively affected and say, hey, what do we have to do to protect those people or to improve the lives of those people or
Vaccines.
to protect them against whatever it is?
That's what it is.
No.
That is what it is.
But that's not what we do.
Yeah.
We don't just do vaccines. We don't just do vaccines for people who are only at risk, right? We had vaccine mandates going out to, kindergarteners. We knew that wasn't who was most likely to be harmed. I know you said.
Do you realize that okay, you're using SARS-CoV-2 you're narrowing in on that, but you realize that all the preventable diseases that vaccines do prevent, a majority of those kids were the people that were dying were our kids, right? You realize that?
Oh yeah, I mean, for smallpox, right?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, I'm not and this is, by the way, how this always works, which is you can't give me all the vaccines that have ever been created and tell me that I have to make a judgment on all of them as one big group. What I'm saying is that unchecked and with no accountability, pharma quadrupled the amount of shots that they were recommending for children from the time before they were able to be sued to the time after they were able to be sued. And I don't know of any sort of massive worldwide health emergency that happened during that period of time such that we should have quadrupled the amount of jabs that we were giving kids.
So you can, you keep saying that, but you can sue in traditional court. Manufacturing defects, inadequate warnings, or fraud or criminal activity. So you can sue these companies that are
not for negative health stuff, which is what you could do for any other drug.
Okay. Do you think that water has a memory?
Yes. I'm a panpsychist. I think that consciousness is fundamental.
If you had, I asked the last water memory person this. I don't understand. Do you take distilled water? Okay, just distilled water. Okay, you heat one up to boiling, bring it down, and then how is the memory stored in those two things? You have the same temperature water. One's gone through the boiling, and one is there. They're two cups, one boiled in room temperature, one that's not been boiled. How is the memory of the boiling event stored in the water?
Because, as I said, consciousness is fundamental. So every quantum particle has its own existence and sort of, gestalt. And their memory is stored there. It's the essence of everything we know, all the way up to epigenetics, that allows like transference of existence between states. Because we're all the same thing. Like your body is how many cells, right? Like lots of cells. Most won't be there in a couple days because they're going to slough off your skin. And every single one of them at one point since the beginning of the universe was water, right? Or something like that. And so this idea that that water doesn't have a memory or anything doesn't have a memory is just like, it doesn't make sense to me. Like we're all stardust. We are literally, that's scientific. That's not even like a woo-woo thing.
Okay. All right. Bro.
And how do you explain, by the way, the you-ness of you? But whatever, we can go. You were a good conversation tonight.
Okay. Zach, you're always welcome to come back, bro. I appreciate you. And thanks for correcting me with the moils. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Great. We guess, tribe. Peace.
All right. All right, bro. Have a good one, man. Peace. All right. Okay. Politico Mente. Thanks for coming back, bro.
Hi, how you doing? Thank you for letting me up.
What's up, dude? How's it going?
Good. I'm more into politics and stuff. Can we talk about politics and the 2020 situation?
Yeah.
No, man, that situation was tough for me, especially at a personal level. I feel like I got violated with my values of being able to go out and do my own things. My rights were really violated a lot. I changed my job.
Where did you live?
Can I go on camera or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Where did you live? Like, what was the scenario?
I was living in the East Coast in New York City area.
Okay.
And no, man, it was tough. I actually got a job during 2021 at a university. I'm not in the medical field or nothing, but I got a job in 2021 in the university. And when the vaccine was created, they really pushed it on me, like to get the vaccination. My job, I had the option of getting tested every Friday. But my boss was just like, "Hey, you gotta get it. I don't want to be around that kind of environment." And I felt so violated because I was willing to get tested every Friday, but that's what they did. That's what they did on me. It was really messed up. And as a political scientist, major and stuff, and somebody who observes politics, it was just a terrible thing. It's just the beginning of like. It's like the government tested us and now they know what they can do to us. But, that's my opinion on that.
I'm sorry, Trump did that to you. I don't know. I mean, what do you want me to say?
Trump?
Yeah.
Trump wasn't president in 2021.
He was president in 2020. That's when the lockdowns were. So.
Yeah. The lockdowns, the Democrats were really pushing a lot. So at that year, I was living in New York State in 2020. Okay. I wish I was down like in Florida or Texas where I could have gone partying or going to the beach and stuff. But the state, man, I couldn't even go into the gym. They took my gym away for like 7 months, and then I saw the governor of New York going to his own private gym and having fun. While us, the poor people, maybe you don't know because you live in privilege, you have a really good life for yourself. So,
what are you talking about? You have a boat in the background of yours, and then I'm the one that's living in privilege. What are you talking about?
No, that's just an American shit, man. Because I love America.
Beautiful.
But
like, what kind of privilege do you think that I'm living in? What are you talking about, bro?
Well, maybe because I don't know. Do you have to go to a gym? Can you go to a gym in 2020?
No, I didn't. No, I was fat in 2020.
Well, I couldn't go to a gym, man. They locked me out of a gym while, like, for example, the liberals were able to riot in Minneapolis and do whatever they want. The media didn't say anything about people rioting because a criminal, unfortunately he was killed by a cop, but they were rioting the streets in cities. They were like, and the media didn't say nothing about that. But the moment that you said, "Can I go to a gym with a ceiling that is like 4 feet high?" Sorry, yeah, like so tall, very, very tall ceiling, and a gym that has space. No, you cannot go to a gym. You know, it was a very unfortunate event. You know, and
How many people do you think died
it is what
in
it is.
the pandemic?
Well, you know, if you flew off a plane without a parachute and you have COVID, they said COVID kill you. That's what they used to
No,
say.
no, that's not how it works. You have like the flat line, the expected rates that we have, and then all the expected rate numbers are like way. If you look at the graph, it's like a huge bump in death rate that we have in the United States, and it's you add that up, and it's 1.2 million people. So it's a huge amount of people.
Liberty is such a profound like right. You know, you look at
Mhm.
the Declaration of Independence. We envision it from John Locke's
Mhm.
perspective of life, liberty. We will pursue happiness, whether it was about private property, and it comes at a price. You know, we
Mhm.
have a lot of things in America that comes at a price. We have the rights to have guns, and it comes at a price. You know, we do have a lot of shootings and stuff. So
What
yeah,
about what about
maybe
the
this
people that have
pandemic
lost their
thing,
life
but
in what about the people that have lost their life in war? What do you think about those people?
terrible. But they did it.
It's
They did
terrible.
it for the nation. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. But I mean, do you think that they should be honored?
Yeah, they should be honored. Yeah.
Do you know that if you took all the wars that the United States has ever fought in and you add them up, it's 1.3 million people. And if you take the amount of people that were killed in the United States from the pandemic, it's 1.2 million people. So it's pretty much exactly the same. That's how
Yeah,
many people died from the pandemic.
yeah, but as I said again, you know, hospitals I run at a city level, at many situations, sometimes by the state, and they were just laboring COVID deaths to everything. That's what they
No,
were doing.
no.
But I'm gonna tell you, but I'm gonna tell you this. Let's say that it is that much.
Okay.
Human, the freedoms, American freedoms, American freedoms. Listen, you know so much about this. What about flu? Has flu killed people? Kill
Yeah.
people at that level?
No.
Flu kill people at that level? Yeah, you
No.
say yes already. So don't change it now because
No,
it's against your argument.
no, it's killed people, but it's not
Flus,
killed people
you
at
said
that
yes
level. No,
already,
it hasn't.
and you already said yes, and then you
Wait,
said no.
wait, wait.
So
No, no.
because
Okay,
you said
sorry.
yes,
There must be a lag.
you
Let me tell
said
you what I said. Has the flu killed people? Yes. Has it killed people at that level? Of course not. No, because that we haven't had expected deaths where 1.2 million people have died from the flu. So we would have known that.
even if I take it that it was a dangerous disease, to hold us down like that, to force us to wear masks, to force kids to wear masks, it was just an obscene level. It was absurd. It was
No,
absurd, and
no.
there was a push, and then people who are so out of touch in Washington with the life of people,
Mm,
with the depression that people can deal with, and then you laugh. You're gonna laugh. You're gonna smile
No,
about it
dude.
because you don't care.
No, because I
It
think you're
is,
a
but you
pussy.
know what?
That's why.
Wow,
Yeah,
wow.
that's what I think. You gotta just put a mask on. You just gotta get a shot on, and you gotta deal with
Now
it.
go to the gym. Now go to the gym.
Yeah,
Forcibly
do some jumping jacks,
vaccinated.
bro. Do some push-ups. Like people are dying.
That's
I thought, as a patriot, as an American, it actually really upsets me that you minimize and you don't care about those people's lives.
what about if somebody had a business and their business went down because of COVID and the way they did business, and
It's
then they
sad.
committed
I think that
murder?
the
What
money
is
should have been spent. That money should have been spent to them, and Trump did a really bad job of only giving it
if
to his
they
friends.
deleted if they deleted themselves with depression because they
It's
all the money
awful.
they spent on the business, exactly,
It is
it's just
bad.
awful. Well,
Yeah.
well, there you go. People who were dying of COVID, that's awful. Yeah, whatever.
No,
Yeah,
it's both bad. But the idea
it's the
that
same thing.
we didn't have 1.2 million people dying, small business owners dying from at that level, so it's just not
Yeah,
true.
but it's also the thing of like forcing people to get vaccinated when it was already 2022. People weren't dying of that. People weren't dying at that level in the end of 2021, but still people were being forced. And then in the end, you know, forcing people in the military. It
Dude,
was really,
people in the
it was
military are
really
already
messed up.
being vaccinated. They're already massive vaccinated with actually more dangerous vaccines than the SARS-CoV-2 vaccine. They get anthrax vaccines, which are way more dangerous.
What I find more interesting, 'cause it's fine. You know what I find interesting, that when Kamala Harris when it was 2020, the end, and Trump, it was the election, and Trump hadn't lost yet. They were already looking for this vaccine, right? In 2020 in the fall. And Kamala Harris said that she was not going to take this vaccine, that she was not willing to do this kind of stuff.
Because
And
he
as
said
soon
no,
as
no, because he
Biden won,
said no, because
and
he
Biden was
said
going to
that he was
push it, she
going to
said,
not do the
"Oh,
stages. He was said
wow,
that Trump said that he
wow,
wasn't going to do the stages. He was going to
wow,
cut it early because he was so proud of the vaccine that he was going to cut it at
wow."
stage 3 and make it available for all. So that's what they
Look,
were.
you
They were
make.
saying we wanted to at least get it through all stages of the vaccine process.
She said that. She said that in November. In November, Trump
Yeah.
lost, and already in December, they said we already found it. So
Well,
you're
yeah,
telling me
because
that
the
they were going to
stages,
take more time?
the
They
stage
found it a
actually went
month
through.
after.
The stages went through, and they actually passed clinical
Wow.
trials.
But you
Yeah.
you listening to the math of that? In November, Kamala says,
What
right,
happened?
that if
What happened in that
well,
month?
exactly before Biden wins, she says if Trump wins and he's president and he pushes this on us, I'm not gonna and I'm not gonna support this.
Yeah, because it wasn't all the
A month
stages weren't
after,
done.
it's cured.
All
It's
the
fixed.
all the
It's
stages
fixed.
weren't done.
So 20 days
No.
later, it's fixed. Come on, man. Come
No,
on.
all the
They
stages weren't
jump on the
done. All the
bandwagon.
stages weren't done, and he was trying to rush it so that it was a political process, and he didn't do it, which I think from before, because it would have only sown more doubt in the COVID vaccine. So I'm actually really thankful that Trump didn't do that.
Look, if you force people to do stuff, people are not going to be willing to do it.
Okay,
If
so
something
what
is
would be the
good,
what
you
would be
can
the thing?
recommend it.
So you didn't think that you would be forced for 1.2 million? Let's say like 10 million Americans would be dying. Would you do it then?
But listen,
Can you answer a question that I have?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That was my question. What if it was 10 times the death rate? What if 10 million people died instead of 1.2? What would you do there? Or 12 million? What would you do?
And vaccine was proven to be a cure.
Well, the first vaccine was one of the best vaccines we've ever made ever. So it was 95% effective, and it was incredible.
I remember the CDC said that if you took the vaccine, you were not going to get sick yourself. Then they said, oh no, it has to be more than that. Everybody has to get it for us to fix it.
Yeah, that's what herd immunity is. Yeah, people do need to get it.
But
yeah, that's how it works.
Exactly. But then it was like everybody had to get it.
Everyone should have gotten it that was healthy, and if you didn't, you're selfish. But can you talk about like what you would do? What would be the rate that you would actually agree with mandatory vaccines for? Would it be okay? So it wasn't obviously 12 million. You don't care about 12 million. What about 120 million? What about 1 out of 3 Americans are going to die from a preventable disease, and we have a vaccine for it? What would you do?
1.2 million didn't die in 2020.
Okay,
so
you're wrong on that. You're wrong on that, but I'm just saying.
Not in 2020. Not in 2020.
No, exactly from 2020 to 2022. Yeah, that's how many, and all the way to 2023 is the main one.
So when it was mandated, it was not that number yet.
Well, that's how vaccines work: is that you use them before, like that's the whole idea. Yeah, you get it done before.
Look,
help that go down. 300,000 people died because of vaccine hesitancy in the United States. 300,000 people.
Look, what I can say is that I agree that the medical field is the one that should be informing about these things. But just the fact that the government is forcing people to do it, and that,
again, dude, it's the forcing thing and the liberty and the freedom argument. I get it, but like I'm telling you, what would you do if 120 million people were about to die? What would you do? Do you think vaccines are there?
That situation was never presented.
Well, it's called a hypothetical, bro. That's what I'm talking to you about. I'm wondering about where, like, your edges of freedom and liberty. Where are they? I'm trying to ask you. Like, I'm trying to explore your limits of your ideas. What do you think?
This country was founded on giving you life for freedom. So
okay, so there'd be you don't believe in no vaccines ever. So 120 million people are about to die, and we have a vaccine that could cure it. And if 120 million Americans died, 1 in 3, we would just like cease to be a country. Our economy would die. We wouldn't be able to even be a country. So you'd be okay with that? You'd rather have our country die as a country rather than get a vaccine?
No, I wouldn't want that to happen. No.
Okay, so then you would agree. Wait, I'm sorry. What would you not want to happen? Could you be clear?
No. What would be the option? That everybody would have to get a vaccine so that 120 people could live?
120 million, yeah.
Everybody would have to get a vaccine.
Yeah.
It's not the same situation, but I guess in that situation, yes.
Okay. Nice. Okay. I mean, I agree with you. Obviously, like that's yeah. Okay, that's good. So then you do agree at some level that liberty and freedom. That I agree with you too, bro. That is like the fundamental ideals of the United States, and I agree with you. But there has to be some limit to that.
There is some limit to that, but just the way that even because I'm gonna tell you this, so I'm a YouTuber, right?
Okay.
And I remember that I got hit with a strike like on November of last year, and my channel I couldn't upload a video for a week, and that's my main source of revenue. And I remember that I just had somebody say something about COVID, like, "Oh, I didn't like it, this, and that," and they gave me with a strike, and I appealed, and they did not accept the appeal, and that's the level of things. That's the level of things that and I know I'm saying you subject there, but that is the level of things that the government, the FBI, YouTube, the big corporations, that they got of censoring shit things. Let people talk about whatever they want to talk about.
Well, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, in the fact that
Yeah.
like I get misinformation dings on my account because I debate people that are anti-vax and stuff, and I get misinformation strikes too. I mean, TikTok is like it isn't the best for that either. I've actually done science communication on YouTube since 2021, and I've only done anti-vax stuff there too, and I've never gotten any of my stuff pulled. But I did know a friend of mine that did. So I know that did happen. And you get mixed up with it, but even scientists that are trying to combat misinformation get caught up with it. But I mean, do you think in
But
that scenario that like if the 120 million people are going to die, do you agree with like limitations on freedom of speech in that point?
no, not freedom of speech, not freedom of
Never.
speech, because no, not the freedom of speech. I think I told you with like having it mandated, but not a
Yeah.
freedom of speech to say that
Okay.
that is wrong. Because what happens is that no matter what you do, you put
Yeah.
100 Americans in one room and you just say anything, Kardashians, and 50 are gonna go against 50.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if that is some anthropological things that you can read about that. I don't know. Maybe there's some anthropological reasons on that. But people like to go in groups, especially just to argue. Americans are like that, and they
Mm-hmm.
argue with passion. And I think that when you censor, you actually give the side that might be wrong anger. So, for example, that guy that was talking about the water thing, I don't understand nothing he was saying. But for some reason, he's just in that group and you in the other group, so he's just going to argue with you forever. And I think he's
Yeah.
already in that place. He's not going to, like the people that believe in the flat earth or the moon, or whatever, not the moon landing, that they don't believe it was real. So I think that, for example, I have somebody in my family who's very like afraid of things. She doesn't like to fly on planes. She's afraid like a lot of things. Just like a fearful person. So she didn't like the whole thing about COVID vaccines. It's not making it better that every time she turned on the radio, it was like, "Hey, do you live in New York? You should get vaccinated. You should do it right now." And it's just too much on them. It's too much. It's too heavy, and people like to feel that they went to that conclusion willingly. They
Yeah.
weren't forced.
I'm with you.
And that was too much.
I think,
Listen,
dude, I'm anti-authoritarian to my core, bro. Like I'm anti-authoritarian. Like I hate kings. I hate the dictators. Like I totally agree. And that's why I have a YouTube. That's why I'm here right now. I'm trying to help people get to that path on their own so that we don't have to, do anything forceful. And I think that education is one way and one step forward in that. And that's, I agree with you in a big sense there.
There's a study in the American Council of Science and Health, Cameron English in 2022 says troubles with vaccine mandates, they can backfire. Dozens of studies examining the effects of vaccine mandates have been published over the last year. A peer review of this literature has found that requiring COVID vaccination may carry significant costs, including a deepening distrust of public health authorities and greater vaccine hesitancy.
What was the title of that? So I can read it too.
Trouble with vaccine mandates, they can backfire, by Cameron English. Cameron English. It was from the American Council in Science of Health.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I grabbed it.
And I know that it's correlational studies, and I know the words can, but it can, and then that damages things a lot.
I'm with you.
It was tough. It was tough. I got it. Nothing happened to me with the vaccine. I'm okay.
Yeah.
But I think it was a good example of how like the government can think that something is right, use force, use bully, and then even let's say on YouTube, because YouTube is owned by a media conglomerate that is like liberal, then they have to push it down your throat. And
Dude, I
that's why
think,
you had Trump create his own media. Trump created his
dude,
own media, and it went very popular. Twitter has gone to the right in the extreme
dude,
because you
I,
just go to the extremes.
I don't think that you guys were forced at all, and that was the whole point. You guys were like completely coddled, and we allowed people to push this stuff, and like we never locked down as a country. We never actually locked down. Like you look at China, and they actually had people and soldiers in the streets, and you were locked into your house, and you were delivered meals, delivered dinners and stuff, and we did nothing like that. So the idea that we are ever locked down, actually, like, it was just a suggestion, and even we never even had a vaccine mandate, dude. It was, vaccine mandates were just for, public sector unions, which are a really small percentage, and the military, which is another really small percentage, and healthcare workers, which already are required to get vaccinated. So again, it's just like, I think that people misremember how bad and how stringent the quote unquote lockdowns were, but they weren't, man. They weren't. And people were just crying about it.
I didn't meet anybody who died because of COVID. I knew a lot of old people who died because of COVID, who were very like 90 years old and very fragile.
Bro, think about their freedom and liberty. What do you? Think about that. So you agree with freedom and liberty as a foundation, but you're okay. What kind of freedom and liberty do you think that you live with, knowing that you're going to be culled from the population if you get a certain age? That's awful.
Well, putting kids to not be able to go to school face to face, and putting mothers not knowing where they're gonna find a babysitter and stuff, that's tough on people's economy and life. Maybe the grandmother shouldn't probably gone outside. Maybe they should have been locked down, the older people.
But bro, you were just saying, in your scenario, they weren't going out, so the grandma wasn't going outside, but you're letting the kids go to school, and the kid brings the SARS-CoV-2 back. In your scenario, you would have let kids to go to school, and grandma would have been shut in the house. But guess what? The kid just got SARS-CoV-2 from the school and brought it home. That's the whole reason why.
You know what's funny about this? One thing that I noticed about all this COVID thing, and I know you're gonna, when I say this, you're gonna get so angry and emotional, and I'm gonna say it with respect. You know who were a lot of people who were pro everything you're saying, and not in the medical field? People who were very woke. People with purple hair, yellow hair, green hair, whatever, very highlighted hair. They were the ones that were, for the most part, very woke, very woke. The more woke you were, the more vaccination pro you were, and all the things you were saying. You don't look like that. You don't look like those kinds of people, but I tell you, they were the ones that were to the most. And those were a lot of people also who were people who were introverts, and even that word itself got into a popular, I know introverts is a word that's been around for years, but that word got so popular during that time. Oh, I'm just an introvert. And the introverts enjoy the crap out of that. But you know what, Dr. Greg? Communicating with people and living in society is so important that you can break down anybody if you put them in isolation. You want to really destroy the mind of anybody, you put them in isolation and you destroy them. That's why in prison, if you fight, if you break somebody's teeth, they don't beat you up. The guards don't beat you up. They put you in a lockdown. Sorry, not in a lockdown, by yourself in a place. And when you're there by yourself in a place for 1 week and you're there, it destroys your mind. So that's what they were doing to us. And
bro,
to us, who are not.
I sheltered in place for over a year. My wife was pregnant, and we just had a baby, and so I left the house and went into public 3 times that entire year. We left for dog walks, and that was it. It was a pandemic.
I'm talking about the punishment of jail when you're in prison and they
I
put
know,
you for
and
a
dude,
week in
but
isolation. That's
bro,
come on. You cannot compare that with being with your wife and being to kiss her in the cheek. At least we're talking about isolation where you don't see light.
that's not what anyone had to deal with.
Human beings are social.
I agree with you, bro. But that's not what happened.
Even
in
this
China,
yourself, because I don't believe because you're so smart. Like, I don't believe you're making any money on this. Are you doing this because you like to inform? No.
yeah,
I don't mean to
agree.
disrespect you. I mean it. You're a social being. You're not and people have said that even animals are social. A lot of them are. And the people who are extrovert, who they didn't care about us anymore, who like to talk, who like to party, who like to dance salsa. What about us? But the people with purple hair and green hair, who are always alone, who are wokes and are liberals and like to live alone and have 7 cats, they were really enjoying their time. But not us, not the extroverts, not the people who own businesses. And then maybe it's already gone. I'm gonna move forward. I don't care about this. But I was just so happy that to find you and to be able to talk to you. That's why I brought it up. But I think that we should move forward, but we should be careful about these authoritarian systems that can develop, and maybe they already, it doesn't go any further than what it did in 2020.
I mean, I think I am an extrovert, and I again, like, I only left the house 3 times during that year. It was awful. Like, it was bad, but because it was a pandemic and I had to look out for someone, and I had to look out for my kids and my wife, and so it's, but you buck up and you deal with it, deal with it how you can. So I don't think that it's like, it sucks, and mental health is a big thing. I'm a huge advocate of mental health on this channel. I talk about it constantly. The therapy is good. It's all good, but man, it's a pandemic. It's a once in a lifetime thing. You got to really, do what you do what you need to look out for one another.
I understand. I agree, man. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay,
I appreciate
bro.
it.
All right, thanks, man. You're welcome anytime. Okay.
Much love. Thank you.
All right, have a good one, man.
Bye-bye.
All right, Amos. What's up, Amos Moose? How's it going?
You know what this is, right?
Oh, I didn't know that this was your alt. What's up, bro?
Not much. Where do we start?
God damn it. Oh, what's up?
Couple things.
All right. Okay. Did I trigger you with something?
You did not. I'm not going to be long. You probably seem tired. You're probably going to wrap it up. And
we always you always say that, and then it's like, and then you're like,
oh, I know.
What?
We one time
500K likes. You should be able to get that, and like.
Oh my God, that one night, yeah, I was like, you were at 98. And by the time we were done, you doubled that when I was up there. So,
yeah, it was hilarious.
So we definitely can say that moving forward, whatever your future might be on social media, that I platformed you. So we can definitely go that. And
it's all your fault.
Yeah, you know something? I will say this. We've always had this in common, that we love our wives, we love our children. And moving forward, I think that I hope that you and I have that in common, and I'm pretty sure that we do. Okay. So I think that's a human bond that you can't break, that you and I will differ on a lot of things, but that is a very strong one. So it did really kind of bother me when, like, you yourself, I know you're trying to build your career on TikTok.
Okay.
So you'll allow people to maybe discredit me, trying to get to know me, even they don't have a truth and substance like you and I have. So then it comes to question of how deep you actually go into, like, somebody's life and go, okay, how much can I trust this person? Because these are just words.
Okay.
But, that's not really the conversation that came up here.
I'm sorry, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. I genuinely, you're being a little bit too cryptic, but you can DM me if you want to, like, talk about it.
Yeah, I can do that. But the one thing, do you remember talking to Robot Sphere?
No, I'm sorry, man. No, I don't.
Yeah, I think you do. Because he came up on your panel one time.
Okay.
He's talking to you about the BBB. You know what that is? The triple B.
Build Back Better, or the Big Beautiful Bill?
The blood-brain barrier.
Oh,
Stay
okay.
on point, bro.
Okay.
And he was
Big Beautiful
talking,
Bill. All these BBBs.
Yeah, he was. I mean, you're supposedly a doctor. I'm not talking to you about the act.
God damn it, Liam. What are you doing?
You're not an MD either, right?
No, I'm a scientist doctor.
Yeah, you're not an MD. So you're not someone that actually is like cares for someone's actual body.
Patients.
That's
I
in.
don't care for patients.
Okay.
Correct.
Just wanted to get that out there, but
yeah, but unlike MDs, I've actually contributed to my field of study, so that is a big differentiation.
So
that is, by the way, that is why the PhD is the highest level of degree in academia. I'm just putting it out there, so just letting you know.
It has nothing to do with patient care. That was my point.
Yeah,
So anyway,
yeah.
So moving forward here with this conversation, Robot Sphere, the guy's an incredible person. You don't have to take my word for it, but I shared your live with him.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
And he came over, and I did my own live a couple nights ago, and he came up. He told me that I went over to Greg's page and I spoke to him about my child and the doctors pushing Hep C vax on a brand new child.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't want that stuff in my child. I don't want the metals. I don't want the blood-brain barrier of its infancy and where it's at and all that. I do understand, dude. This is the thing that why you're not an MD, and this is more like a patient care and the stuff when you want to laugh about this. And what my biggest issue, but I'll get to that in a minute, is you blocked him from coming back up on your panel, among another guy that was up here the other night that direct messaged me as well.
Okay.
And I know that guy personally, Robot. I know who he is as a person. He'll give you a strong debate, but I know that you blocked him, and now you're acting like you don't know who he was.
I don't, but he probably said something crazy.
I bring to question, no, this guy's not a crazy guy.
I don't block anyone with anything, but it has to be something like really crazy, like some type of anti-Semitic thing or some type of slur or something like that.
Never do that. He would never do that. I know he wouldn't, and I'm going to stand up for him because I know who he is.
Okay.
And I know that you blocked him.
Okay.
And that's fine. Maybe you have a moderator that maybe did that. I don't know what you have. Maybe you don't.
They've instructed to block nobody. So I don't.
Hey, Greg, would you say that I use TikTok appropriate language on your page every time I've come up here?
Dude, yeah, honestly, you do, and I think that they are really heavy-handed in the miss.
Do you know that my main account, Liam? Do you know my main account, Liam, that I came up here on?
Yeah.
And you'll never say that I'm lying about this. Have I been targeted by anybody on your page that dislikes me? Have you seen that?
Yeah. On my panels before.
So my main account permanently removed from TikTok. No longer. Listen, my 1.5 million view video for lending my time to help strangers in Los Angeles during the fires in Altadena.
Damn.
That was my helping others, eliminated from TikTok. Damn. No longer even anything even there. Disappeared, vanished.
I'm sorry, bro.
Now, you come up here and you go, I'm the number one
most canceled scientist.
Canceled scientist. You have no idea, being on the conservative party and the conservative side, what the cancellation looks like. You never will.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because you don't understand that this world is going in a direction. You think that the conservatives are winning. You guys are winning. You have the House, you have the Senate. This is like the great pushback.
The FDA, the CDC.
This is the great pushback before men no longer know good from evil, is what it is, dude. I'm not fucking around with you, Greg. Okay. You may think it's funny. This is reality.
I think you're crying a little bit much and you're being hyperbolic, but it's okay.
I'm not crying, dude, at all. I'm just
okay.
speaking my mind.
Yeah, it's okay, dude. I feel like
what have I said that's a lie to you?
No, Liam, I feel your frustration, bro. Like I've gotten 2 warnings on things. I got a warning on TikTok for misinformation talking about a paper that I've actually published in a peer-reviewed journal. So like, how would I get a warning talking about it? And I'm like, what are you talking about?
And I'm not coming up here and telling you that it's not happening to you and I'm the only one that's getting it. Not saying that. But
it's very handed. No, I agree with you, dude. It's very heavy. Like I said before, it's very heavy-handed on TikTok. It really is.
So do you think that that the C country, because I don't even want to say that word, has our best interests in mind, Greg?
China?
Yeah. You think they have our best interests in mind?
I don't think so.
Oh, I don't think so. So you and I, boom, right there. We agree on something else.
How about Russia?
So who? Wait a minute. Wait. Who's the owner? Who's the owner of TikTok?
Yeah, dude. And you know what? This is something I've been talking about, dude. The TikTok only exists in the United States right now because of a Trump executive order. So like basically, like they have to go to the Trump administration and beg for the executive order to be renewed, and they're going to be at the heel of Trump, and they're going to have to do whatever Trump says. So I really do feel like they might come after like accounts like me because I am so vocally anti-Trump.
I don't believe so. I don't think that's the case really at all.
Okay.
Dude. I don't think...
Okay. I thought that was a real direct point there. I thought that was really laid out well. But...
No, I can see what you mean by that because the administration, especially RFK, doesn't agree with your views. And I'm not saying that you don't have, dude, I get it. Mm-hmm. And I think there's going to be people on here already are trying to cancel you. That they're going to dox you. And dude, you got to protect yourself, dude. I know you know jiu-jitsu, you're doing that. But dude, I'm not fucking around with you,
I'm
dude.
with dude. I've had multiple people on here say that they're going to report me to the FBI, Bondingo or whatever. They're going to.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying. That's the and it's crazy. It's crazy.
Well, you know what? All laughing aside, dude, people get in their emotions.
Mm-hmm.
They get triggered. They take shots at the president. Okay, they do a lot of things. If you don't think people, I'm not going to tell you what people are, how the way that they're targeting me, dude.
I'm sorry, man.
Fucking insane, dude.
I think that's awful. I do think.
Not from me, not ever from me, not anyone like me. I even know if I knew somebody that would ever target you or your family in any which way. I hope the chat is listening to this. That shit is despicable.
It is.
We
It
should
genuinely
be able
is.
to. We should be able to come up here. Greg should be able to cuss me out. I cuss him out. You know, we meet up. We have some jujitsu. He pulls a Kimura on me, okay, or maybe an ankle lock. You know,
I just drop in on him and snake his barrel. And just
choke him on the beach.
I just spray buckets at the snap at the lip. Just boom, just snapping, just buckets, just draining right on Liam. Just watching me.
Let's go. Dude, listen.
No, I do. I just want to say I 100% agree with you, dude. In a democracy, you have to have freedom of expression, and that is letting people say, and it's because you have to give people the grace in order to be wrong, right? You have to and have their minds changed, and that's how you discuss and change people. And I think that especially going after people's families and their kids is it's insane, despicable. Doxing their information, even if it's public, is absolutely atrocious. And people have come into my chat and done it. They've tried to look me up and started spamming my information, and it's insane. People are unhinged.
Yeah, dude. It's the thing for me. It's I have these conversations with you when you first started up. I would say we create a little bit of a bond. We don't see eye to eye. I can educate. I can educate myself through your knowledge and your life experience, and I will do that. And I listen to the chat. I enjoy it and stuff. I enjoy the debates. I don't agree with you on everything.
Yeah.
And I don't think that I am fully anti-vax on everything, dude. It's I'm definitely going to push back, okay, for sure. But you got to watch. I'm saying this out of love too, okay? And for you and for your knowledge and your future, if you use a platform like this and you go, man, I could bring a good trouble in here. Love you, bro. The 5'2" cat dad that likes to insult every one of his guests because they voted for Trump, who's never made a commitment outside him and his bicycle, okay, to anyone in general. And you go, oh, you got vaxxed? Yeah, fuck Liam, dude. Yeah, but you're a good guy, good trouble, okay? This is what I'm saying. You have the power to go past all of that through, you know what? I can do science. I do care about people. And you're willing to learn in a lot of different ways as well, right?
Yeah.
Are you above learning from someone's spiritual beliefs? Are you fuck that? I'll never believe in any of that.
Anything, man. I'll believe in it, but I'm open to having my mind's changed about Jesus Christ being real. I'm open to having my mind changed about everything, man. I'm a lifelong learner.
There you go, dude. We bond in so many ways. And listen, I'll never tar you, but listen to me. Somebody like Robot Sphere, I think that you did him a disservice by blocking him.
One of my mods just checked and they said he's not blocked. So maybe he was muted or something. I don't block, dude. I genuinely don't. I've only blocked 3 people. I mean, it's super low. I can check right now, I think. I don't, dude. I just don't, because I don't believe in the same reason that we were talking about before. I don't agree with pushing that stuff. Let's see.
Yeah. Well, listen, I didn't really come up here. Besides, the
what's his name?
Robot Sphere.
Oh, dude. He started talking about I forget. Yeah, it was some crazy dude. He was unhinged, dude. He was I thought he was trying to get me banned. He was saying unhinged stuff. That was yeah.
No, never.
That's no. He was in my live going crazy, dude. He was trying to get me banned. That's what I'm saying. That's why
he was talking about, like I said, the BBB. Okay, blood-brain barrier. Okay, in children.
Talking
about. Listen, the thing is, what he was talking about was heavy metals. If you look back like 1,000 years ago, wait a minute, do a little bit of research and look at the amount of metals that we consumed in our body. Okay, the liver filters out these metals. All right. Okay. Now, these go through a filtration process, okay? There's a lot of different things. Through a mother's breast milk, we get metal. You understand that, right? We get aluminum through a woman's breast milk, okay? It's from like one milligram up to 7 milligrams over 6 months, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, these vaccines, like I was saying, Hep C, that one's got right off the bat as a brand new infant. That's a 0.5 milligram right away.
Dude, you realize just
a child.
Dude,
that doesn't have a
literally
blood-brain barrier.
Denmark just did a study on this, bro, and it's 1.2 million kids over 20 years. The aluminum
Wait a
in
minute, bro.
vaccines,
That's
and
not
it's
my
none of
point.
it is.
I get it. Okay, well, that's not my point. My point is, when you come up here and you throw this conversation like you guys are flat earthers, you guys are 6,000-year-old conspiracy
It's the
theorists.
conspiracy list, dude.
No, listen, you're anti-vaxxers because someone goes, I don't want to inject my child with this first vaccine. And you go, oh, robot sphere, you're one of those fucking anti-vaxxer weirdos. When he goes, my child's not going to get that. He has the right, him and his wife who birthed this child, to put that in their child or not. That is their child, not the government's, not the medical association. That is their choice. When you come up here and demonize someone like that for that choice, that is wrong, especially you not being
I think
a
it's
medical
selfish.
doctor, Greg.
Okay, I think it's selfish. That's fine, and that's what it is.
I don't care what you think. You're not a medical doctor.
Okay, well, I don't care what you think because you're not a medical doctor either. Then, and you have no
You're
expertise
right.
in this.
I'm a citizen just like you.
Exactly. So
Okay?
then why? So
Not
then my
a
opinion. Why?
medical
Then why can my opinion not be valid, but yours is it? I don't understand.
Because you're up here with Dr. Greg. Look at my credentials.
That is
Then
what
you're
I
going-
am. I am
then
a
you're
scientist
going-
doctor.
Then you're going, there's another one of those fucking weirdos that's trying to take my life down. He's such a respectful dude, man.
Bro,
you don't know.
Look, dude. I don't ban anyone, but if I do, I don't review the bans, and it's permaban.
You
So
made a
I'm
big-
sorry.
you
It's just gonna
honestly-
have.
you
It's gonna be what it is.
You made
So-
a big mistake not getting
Okay,
to know him.
maybe it is. I don't review my bans. They're permanent. I don't use them ever. And if it did happen, then he was unhinged and saying something. We could go back. All my TikTok lives are all on my YouTube. You could honestly, dude. I'll give you the chance for you, Liam. I'd never do this, but if you go back, you find the date, you actually show me it, and I could review it, and I'll see if it makes any sense, and I'll review it. Okay, for you, Liam, I will.
Let me go back
Okay.
and dig
All right.
through your.
Okay, if
through
you don't
your
care that much, then I don't
4-hour
care that
video.
much. Then you know what I mean. But I got to go through the queue. Okay, man. Thanks for hopping on, Liam. I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, bro. I platformed you, bro. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, see you, man. All right, guys. Catherine. All right, Catherine, Levi, Frankie, Christine, Ado. Chupacabra. Hi, Catherine. How's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Well, I've been listening for a little while. I have zero background in science. I will say that I trust science. I trust data,
Cool.
research. I'm very proud that I have a sister who worked on one of the vaccines.
Oh, cool.
I think it's a miracle and amazing how quickly these vaccines were formulated.
Nice.
And, all the talk about freedom and liberty, I don't get it, the lack of empathy. And I think what people are overlooking with vaccines in general, the air is a shared resource. We all breathe it. You can't go into a public pool and piss in the pool and expect everybody to be happy about that. You can't pollute the air and make other people sick. I don't understand how this is lost on people. it's a shared resource that we all breathe. You just can't go around polluting it and thinking your freedom is more important than everybody else. It's just,
Exactly.
I'm truly puzzled by some of these other people who are coming on here and worried about their freedom and their liberty. It's just disgusting to me. I mean, 1.2 million people dead isn't enough death.
I know.
I mean, what
It's wild.
does it take? Or
Exactly.
I didn't know anybody that had COVID, that died from COVID, except for old people. Really, they don't count. I mean, it's just beyond me. So I don't really have much more to add other than the fact that I just can't understand this whole philosophy when and especially in Florida. I get it. People saying, well, I'm their parent, I should decide. Okay, there are many things you should decide as a parent, but you don't get to make others sick. It's a shared resource. So that's all I got, really.
And it's like, I feel like it's selfish for them. I'm trying to figure out like a good analogy to tell people. I was trying to like street lights, where I'm like, if you were sitting at a street light, it's like, you can't just have someone that's just like, I'm not going to agree with streetlights and just plow through the center. And it's like, it kind of ruins the whole thing for everyone. And then imagine that person plowing through the streetlights, and then they're saying like, oh, like if you're stopped at the red light, then that's up to you and you're not going to be hurt, and it's like, no, everyone is kind of doing their own thing and coordinating here, and we're all making sure everyone's safe because we're going through this thing together. But when you have one person kind of ruining the whole metric of it, it kind of ruins it for everyone.
Exactly. And the earlier person was talking about something occurring in the 80s when suddenly we had so many more vaccines. Well, computers. I mean, it's pretty simple.
Well,
research moved ahead. Computers in the mid 80s were becoming more prevalent. So science progresses and things get better, and yes, we get more vaccines. So
molecular biology basically was founded during that time because PCR was created. So then we were able to like do cloning and molecular biology in order to create those. So the science and science to change DNA and to create these vectors and these DNA sequences and create these strings of nucleotides together that we need in order to deliver the right protein. I mean, that changed dramatically. So of course we have like a huge rise in vaccines.
There you go. Well, that's all I really had. So like I said, I'm not a science person, but honestly, like, people just need to get on board, do their part. And I'm scared to death of RFK Jr. I can't figure out how on earth he's in the position he's in, but there are a lot of people in the current administration I could say that about.
I know, right?
Don't really understand a lot of it. But yeah, I mean, it's just beyond me, the lack of empathy with these last two bozos. And yes, both of you, I think you're bozos. I'll say it. It needs to be said. So, all right, have a good night.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks for popping on. I appreciate you.
Bye.
All right, guys. Levi, Frankie, Christine, Ado, Chupacabra, Dana, Ole, and then now Fates. All right, Levi. Hi, Levi. How's it going, man? Thanks for waiting, dude.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to get a chance to talk to you.
Thanks, man.
So I was really excited when you were talking about how it would have to be a global conspiracy, because it is. And that's a lot to untangle. So we'll just kind of have to take it one bite at a time.
Okay.
I'd be happy to come back a different day if you like me.
Okay. Everyone's always welcome to come back, man. I don't block anyone or, for differing opinions and everything. So it's all good. Despite what Liam was saying, I don't. The guy went unhinged and he started saying things like anti-TikTok things, and I thought he was trying to get me banned. So I had to do that. But yeah, I don't ban people. So anyway, go ahead.
I think that a good place to start would be aluminum, because I think that you were thinking about mercury when you said that it was mostly removed.
No,
mercury has been mostly removed.
No, we're talking about the Denmark. Now the Denmark study. So the Denmark study was done in over 20 years for 1.2 million kids, and they looked at the varying aluminum levels because, like, basically they were thinking like 98% of the kids in Denmark are vaccinated, and the 2% that are unvaccinated can't be used as like a negative control because they're not seeing pediatricians, they're not seeing medical care. It's completely, they're not going to be, their metrics and their data isn't going to be available. So they're just not a good null group in order to compare it to. So what they did, which is a really cool idea for the study, was that they looked at the different aluminum rates in the vaccines themselves. And so you would see, like, if there was aluminum in the vaccines, which there were, then you would see a dosage dependent response on any type of neurodivergence on the amount of aluminum in the vaccines. And so they compared the zero aluminum vaccines to the highest rates and then the medium rates, and they found any type of correlation for any of them.
I would say that's a flawed premise to a study because people who are on the CDC schedule are taking all of them. It's a cumulative reaction to vaccine held at toxically high rates in a child's body. You can't really compare one to the other. It's about having them back to back that keeps you at a chronically toxic aluminum state. And aluminum processes well through the body if you eat it, but it does not process through the body well intravenously. The FDA has a perinatal limit at 4 to 5 micrograms per kilogram of body weight for any intravenous aluminum.
Okay, we'll look
Pretty much all vaccines are going to have between 250 and 850 micrograms of aluminum.
Okay, we'll read the studies then.
Here, could I point you in the direction of a study?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. Let's check out acute exposure and chronic retention of aluminum in 3 vaccine schedules and effects of genetic and environmental variation. I know, that was a long name.
Acute exposure and chronic retention of aluminum in 3 vaccine schedules and effects of genetic and environmental.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Essentially, what we got here.
So we have like the abstract.
If you can go down to 3.1, that's what I really would love to show you.
These results demonstrate high potentiality utility of modeling variation in patient responses in aluminum. More empirical data from individuals who are suspected of being intolerant of aluminum from vaccines, evidenced by high aluminum retention, neurodevelopmental disorders, and/or a myriad of chronic illnesses, would help answer questions on whether the modeling prediction can be used to estimate parameter values tied to genetic factors, including genomic sequence variation and family history of chronic exposure. So it's a modeling study. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you said 3.1?
3.1, the results.
Okay. So it says the CDC schedule crosses the recommended limit of aluminum for adult by recommending multiple vaccinations containing aluminum being delivered together. Okay. Note that all 3 of these injection sites are they actually using the real data? I wonder
Do you see the graph at 3.1?
Mm-hmm.
It's very colorful, yellow lines, green lines, black lines, a red line that runs all the way across it.
Yeah, I'm looking for the discussion where they talk about that.
Could you just look at the graph for a moment with me?
Yeah, I saw that it goes over the rate. But that might
significantly,
be, but that might be explained by other things. I mean, it's just a modeling study too, but
No, this
or-
is tabulating the amount of micrograms of aluminum in each vaccine, and then they're marking how much aluminum you're getting if you're taking the CDC schedule versus a modified CDC schedule versus what they call the vaccine-friendly plan, which helps to spread your doses of aluminum so you don't have such dramatic toxicity spikes. Because aluminum in the bloodstream is a dangerous thing, as opposed to aluminum, which if you eat it, aluminum is in everything. It's one of the most common elemental resources. Like, there's no avoiding it in your food and shit, but in your breast milk and shit. But if you inject it, do you know what they use an aluminum for in the vaccines?
it's to increase the antibody response that you actually get.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's an aluminum adjuvant. It is designed to disrupt your immune system.
Mm-hmm.
For that reason alone, aluminum is causing allergies. In my opinion, there is no debate about it. Aluminum is causing a helper T cell response that is targeting any foreign material in the body when you're getting these massive spikes of aluminum. It's causing allergies. Full stop.
Okay. I mean, well, I mean, they are recommending like not no vaccine. They're just saying to space it out and that it would be fine.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
The aluminum is my biggest worry about the vaccines, for sure.
But there's like
And there are
aluminum,
ways
like
to
not all of them have
be more
aluminum
skilled
in them
about
anymore.
this. No, that's mercury.
No.
Yes. Thimerosal is what you're thinking. Thimerosal is a 50% mercury solution. That's been phased out of everything except for flu vaccines, and I think that RFK is getting that vaccine taken out of the market, so there are no thimerosal vaccines. But aluminum is in basically every vaccine. It is the adjuvant. You need an adjuvant in order to get your helper T cells to get wound up to go check out this virus, your attenuated virus. So they all have to have it. It's basically between 250 micrograms and 850 micrograms for all of them, including like your DTaps, your multi MMRs. Like, they have to have an adjuvant in there.
Mm-hmm.
Were you aware that the FDA is not a fan of perinatal aluminum intake? I can point you to a reference.
I mean,
for
that's
that as
fine.
well.
I mean, the problem
I'll
is
just
like
let you digest for a
the
moment.
problem is, I mean, I got to read the study and I'm down. I'll
Yeah.
read the citations and read the discussions and I gotta thank you for bringing it to me and I'll read it in full. But
Well,
like
one bite at a time. If you want to linger here, we can. But there's definitely other points I could touch at. But I don't know. This is your show.
all right, give me two other ones that you want me to read, or two other papers.
One is more of a point that I would like to get across. A CDC whistleblower, if you will. Dr. William Thompson is one of the guys who was writing a bunch of these
Oh yeah,
vaccine
this is like
papers.
he was one of the authors, but then they didn't
Yes.
include the data or something.
It's an epidemiological study the manufacturer is doing themselves. They can run it 180 times if they want, changing variables until they get it to look how they want it to look. And they're allowed to do that because it's a biologic, not a pharmaceutical. They're not going through traditional FDA phased trials.
Okay. Can you what's another study that you want me to read?
Okay. Here, let's do one on. We'll stick with aluminum because aluminum is my biggest sticking point. Cumulative and episodic vaccine aluminum exposure in a population-based cohort of young children.
Okay, cool. I'll take these two and then I'll read them and then you can come back and we'll talk about it, okay?
Bet. All right. Hell yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate. Thanks for pushing me down because I need to see where you guys are coming up with this stuff. So that's always good to know. I
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
it. All right, thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Starting your voyage down the rabbit hole.
Exciting, very exciting. All right, see ya. Have a good one, man. Okay. Hey guys, we gotta always down to read where these guys are coming from. I don't understand where they are coming from, so it's good to read the papers and to see where it's from. And I will read them. And I'm curious why they keep who these researchers are. Oh, it's the same lab. I can already tell. So they're both from the Frank D. Stefano lab and Marlene Lugg. Yeah, both of them. Jason Glands and the same. This is the same. Oh, no, I was looking at a different one. My bad. I was looking at the same different one. Anyway, okay, cool. All right, so we got Frankie, not here. Christine, hey, we got you. They are peer reviewed. They're not highly cited though, so that's the thing. Like you know, when you read a study, guys, you're not necessarily just because it's a study doesn't mean that it's gospel. You know what I mean? That's the problem. Is that when people see a DOI number or it's been published, people think that it's gospel. But I'm curious why and what their mechanisms are and all that kind of stuff. So it's good to learn. So, hi Christine. Sorry about that. How's it going? Are you muted? Are you asleep? Christine, wake up. You're muted. Sleeping. Okay. Wake up. Stay sleeping. Okay, Ado. Ado, what's up, bro? Ado, come back to me.
Wait. I'm coming back.
You're here.
Hello?
Yo.
Dude, honestly, that's actually crazy that the amount of people you put to
Oh, you gotta come back to the app. Hi, Ado. Now you're back. And now you're muted? We lost you. Now you're being there?
Am I here?
There you go. Now you're here.
But honestly, man, you put so many people to sleep. It's incredible.
I know. It's kind of funny.
It's like an ASMR thing where they're just like, oh, you lulled me in.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to be pulled in this early, but I'm so excited to be here. And honestly, dude, incredible stream.
Thank you, man.
And I'm not even saying like this one specifically, but you know, we've had a really good few in a row, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, man, it's been really fun. Yeah, it's been
Super
good.
cool.
This week has been awesome, and yeah, dude, I feel like we're getting a fun group. Like I feel like the RFK in the title brings a lot of people in into the chat. They
And it should on both sides. Yeah,
it's wild. It's crazy.
and I say both sides is like we don't actually mean like one against the other. It's just like everybody should be on the side of like America, and we're patriots, and we want to talk about things.
Mm-hmm. Like I do, like genuinely the thing that pisses me off the most is it's like the discussion around RFK and vaccines and stuff. It's like it is stars. It's like it's not in a okay, viruses are real. We need to stop them from spreading and stopping them from killing people. If that's what it is, and it was all just a let's figure out the best vaccine possible. Let's make them safer. Let's figure out how we can make these as safe as possible and to get these into as many arms as possible. That would be a great conversation to have. I totally understand. But what's happened is that and some of these papers, I guarantee you, some of these papers are maybe genuinely that. But in the discussions and stuff are like, yeah, I wouldn't, they're even saying like, yeah, vaccines are safe and effective. You just have to like space them out or something. And then maybe you get spaced out and they're fine. So it's like, but the problem is these anti-vaxxers bring that and they're like, they should never be no vaccines now. And that's the thing where you're like, wait, how did we go from a researcher that's trying to dedicate their lives in order to make a better vaccine, in order to make something better to viruses aren't real or that the vaccines shouldn't be safe. It's wild to me. That's what's scary.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it shouldn't be that way. And I do feel like a lot of people, myself included, we get a little confused as far as like the Congress goes, where we decide, Congress is Congress. Well, like Congress isn't just Congress, right? So Congress is like built of two chambers, right? And so we have the House of Representatives, and then we have the Senate, right?
Yeah.
And the House of Representatives is one side of it, and senators is the other side. And so, how do we explain the fact that we had a lot of senators, especially, go ahead and say things like, I don't want to get the vaccine right now, and people shouldn't have to get them, but they all went and got them once they were released.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, man.
And
They all get it. They all get them for themselves before they get them. It's crazy to me. I don't understand. And they're physicians. A lot of I was honestly I was more blown away by the Republicans and that whole thing than anyone, because he was actually they're getting pushback on from the Republican physicians, and I was like, wow, okay, sick. Yeah, Gaynor, he is vaccinated. Trump is vaccinated.
yeah, do as I say, not as I do, type thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's it is very weird, dude. I don't it doesn't come from a place of people wanting to better vaccines. Comes from a place of trying to dismantle this pharmaceutical company industry idea. But then it's like, dude, okay, so then like I have all the molecular biology knowledge that the pharmaceutical companies have. Like I can make you a non-pharma vaccine if you want me to like make one for you. Like, would you accept it then? And it's like, well, there's all these people that I wouldn't know. I mean but that's the anarchist approach, right? Of the no pharma approach. And
You haven't gone through all the tests.
exactly, I would say like I would never do that. Yeah, that's very dangerous. But it's very odd, man. The vaccine stuff, that's the thing that really brain breaks me, man. I don't understand. And it's obvious, like I don't know if it's triggering like more people to be open about it, that there are just anti all vaccines, because for the longest times it's only the COVID vaccine, everything else. So like obviously I know the COVID vaccine and what's in there the most, because that's the gene therapy technology that I'm the most prized on. But I haven't read a lot of the vaccine papers. I haven't. That's why I was actually happy that he brought in like some actually peer reviewed stuff that these guys are citing, because I haven't read them. I haven't done that research. That's not my area of expertise. So it's just weird, man. At some point though, it's not up to me and what I believe. It's what the scientific community says, and I trust the scientific process, and they don't. That's the thing, is that they think that the scientific process is beholden to the pharmaceutical company, and it's not. That's the difference, is that as a scientist, I know that like what happens at the universities and in academia is its own thing. And these and that's the safety check. That really is the safety check of how these things get tested, because it has to. I'm glad the second guy at least said that it's a global conspiracy. It's like,
Sure.
because
Well, what
it
is
would have.
the scientific method, the scientific community? Like, how do you describe that?
So so the actual, like the scientific institution as an institution, it really is like the academia of universities. It really is, because that's where the mechanisms are first discovered. That's where they're tested, and then from there, then patents get made from that, and then they're made into companies. So, that is where the impetus and the actual bedrock would be done, to say like, hey, the mechanism of all these things is so faulty, and they would love to show that, this is wrong. Aluminum is poison. Use this instead, because they could make a patent out of it, and then all the vaccines would be that thing instead, and then now they've made a ton of money. So that's the
Well,
thing.
and anyone that's read any sort of like Brandon Sanderson books, I mean, aluminum blocks all investiture. So
Checkmate.
checkmate.
Checkmate. Yeah, I need
Those
to. I'm gonna take my aluminum coin, and I'm gonna go hop around the city right now with it. So
only if you're a Mistborn.
of course, well, standard, dude. Standard.
And
Standard.
so, well, like, so my granddad, right? Like, he passed this year, and he had a lot of issues with being scammed, and that he never even realized. I mean, that's just the way it happened, and he fell for a lot of scams. And you know, on the same page, like I was an essential worker. I'm sure a lot of people in chat were an essential worker, and
Yeah.
we did what we could to make things happen. But at the same time, the middle manager trope, like of like I'm a middle manager, I'm someone that can do my job from a laptop.
Yeah.
100%. Like they
Yeah.
never showed up.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. People
Yeah, they
didn't
didn't
lock
have to.
down. Yeah, they didn't lock down. It was the laptop class. That's what people call it, like the laptop class of people. Yeah, it's wild, man. It is
No,
insane.
it's nuts.
Well, always good talking to you, Ado. Thanks for jumping on, man. I got to work through
Thank you.
the final 3, and then that's going to be the night. So I appreciate you, bro.
Oh, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man. Have a good one. Thanks, guys. Ado, friend
All
of the
right.
stream, guys. Love you, man. Thanks for coming on. All right. All right, guys. Chupacabra, Ole Ole, and then Frankie, and that's it. And those are the final 3. Chupacabra, hola, how's it going? Oh man, she knows my name is Richard? Oh, how'd she find out my name's actually Richard? Oh no. Is he asleep? Oh no, Chupacabra. Oh, he's awake. No, Michelle, how'd you find out my name? Okay, sorry, bro. I guess we'll do 5-minute sickle cell instead. Okay, that's cool. Ole Ole, then Frankie, and then Ole, and then 5-minute sickle cell lesson. I'm excited. That is a username, guys. If you want to get on, that's a good name. Ole Ole, how's it going, man?
Hello.
Hi. What's up?
Hi. Good big
Oh, you have a really bad
in
connection, bro.
evil world. 1 second.
They have a really bad connection.
I don't know why it's so bad.
Oh, there
Now
we
it's
go.
better, maybe?
Yeah, now it's better. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I wrote a book about that the world is an evil place. And yeah, it's a big conspiracy because my theory is everything is a consumption of yourself and you are the room. Yeah. You always consuming the room and you are everything that exists. There is only one soul and this soul is a machine. A machine created out of a hole. A black-white hole, sucking information in, spitting information out. Your eyes, portals, holes. Your mouth, portal. Your ears, a portal. Your nose, where do you come from? You come from a black hole. Where do you want to? You want into black holes. And also the reality itself, it's a black hole. You get eaten by it. The reality eat your skin pores. Yeah.
Wow.
So I know we are sitting here in hell because you're dying and then you get reincarnated into the next robot and sucking the reality and get sucked by the reality. That means you're never getting out of here. You're never getting out of here. And this means we are sitting here in hell. And if we are here sitting in hell, then we all are evil monsters eating each other because we are all black holes. And so I know, yeah, the government is evil. And they have a satanic agenda. Oh, yeah. And they have evil vaccinators.
Wow. Incredible, man. How long did it take you to think of this stuff?
Oh, I was 27. Then I meet God, but he wasn't there. Then I know, oh, if God isn't there, the devil is God. And I seen him. You can eat some champignons from Mexico, maybe. Then you can see him. You know DMT.
Yeah.
DMT helps you to meet God. But I say to you, he isn't there. There's only you. There's only you. And you are consuming yourself the whole time, like you consuming me. I'm consuming you in this moment. Yeah. You are also the chicken in front of your desk. Yeah, eating the chicken, eating yourself. But you can't stop this process because there are only 2 points in the universe: satisfaction and pain. 0 and 1. The woman is 0, man is 1. Why? Because 0 has a hole, 1 is a stick, you know? But the 1 is also born of that 0, and it's also a small 0 stretched from time to a stick, you know?
Wow.
Think about a stretched 0, yeah? Then you have the 1. Because we are all 1.
Wow.
We are all the 0.
Wow.
A black hole. Buy my new song about it, Black Hole Reality, on Spotify and iTunes by Lucifer's Herz. You can listen to it. And also, my book is only available in German. In the next 2 or 3 weeks, you can buy it in English also.
Sweet, man. Wow. Well, thank you. I appreciate you for enlightening us. That was a really interesting everything. That was really cool. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you for your time. Thank you for your respect for my ideas and not telling me I'm totally crazy because, hey, you can see it. Do your eyes do anything about sucking information in and spitting information out? No. Do your mouth do anything else? No.
You know what, dude? I really respect that it's really unique and it's your thing. And like you obviously spent a lot of time thinking about this. And
13 years.
I always respect people that are trying to make new and novel contributions to the world. And I think that really is new and that's cool.
For me, I do it only because I blackmail the cops, because I say to them, most people doesn't know that we are black holes eating each other. It's maybe bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I hold my mouth about it if I get 13 billions. Yeah. Then I stop talking about it.
Okay.
But they don't want to pay. Now I have to tell everybody that we are black holes and sitting in hell. You will be sad about it. I say it to you.
Okay.
I hope I don't get on a cross for it.
I
Have a
hope
nice
so.
evening.
All right. Thanks, man. Thank you. So awesome. Wow, guys. That was awesome. That was really interesting. Like the black holes that are everywhere kind of thing. That's really interesting. Yeah. Frankie J.
Hey,
Hi, Frankie. How's it going?
good. How are you?
Good.
That's a tough act to follow.
I know. What do you
I don't know
got?
how to
What do
go
you-
with that. I don't know. Now I'm done now. I mean, you said it all.
True. That's very true. That's cool. I mean, you got to give it to someone that's really trying to blaze his own trail. You know what I mean?
Hey,
That was cool. But actually writing it down, making a book, like a
hey,
podcast,
he's
that's
doing
tough.
things more than me.
That's tough.
Can't knock him.
Yeah.
So the original reason why I requested, I wanted to go back to the person who was like, "Oh, I lost my rights because of the gym." I'm like, "Are you kidding me? Are you karate kidding me?" I'm like, I'm over here, I'm sitting here, I'm like, what about women's rights? We lost all those, we're losing those, etc., whatever. We can go on a tangent about that. But real long story short, during COVID lockdown, I'm a bartender, have been for 20 years. We were locked in our house. We didn't do anything. I mean, it was hard. It was hard for everybody, not just him, because of the gym. I'm sorry, but I can't get over it. But anyway, I was in the hospital, and I almost died. I had an ectopic pregnancy, and I sat in the waiting room for 7 hours before they could bring me in and being like, "Oh, your HCG levels are through the roof. OR right now." And it just made me so mad that he cried about the gym while we're all dying over here. Like, what? I mean, come on. So anyway, that's the original reason, and I just really wanted to be not so nice to him. But
yeah, I mean, the liberty and freedom must have not felt
We all went
real
through
good, like for the people that are having the ventilator pushed on them, right? Or
Right, that
like
too.
the
I mean,
people that
like-
are immune compromised and can't get a vaccine, or
Yep.
there's so many people that like they have a choice in order to take the vaccine, right?
Right.
The people that have the genetic disorders or have cancer and going through treatments, they don't have that choice. So
No,
that is why
absolutely not.
that it is the onus, and in a civilization, public health is pushed onto the healthy to make that because they can shoulder that burden, right? And other people can't. And when you push that burden onto genetically predisposed people and elderly people, that's why it's eugenics, because those are people that didn't have the chance to not have that mutation, or why is it their fault now that they're too old and now we're culling them from the population? I mean, that's so
Right.
it's disgusting.
It really is disgusting, and it wasn't like I said, it's not just about me either. That was just an example, but like everybody went through it. We all I'm a severe asthmatic also, so as soon as they're like, this has to do with your lungs. Like people are on respirators, and I'm like, all right, immediately, as soon as it was available, I went and got vaccinated, man.
Yeah, of course.
Immediately, I'm like, there was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If I can save my lungs, I'm going to save my lungs, and I'm going to save all the people around me too, because that's not fair. And like, people get so, people are driving around their car with a mask on. Who cares what they're doing?
Yeah, exactly.
Who
Why would it
cares
matter?
what they're doing? Maybe they just feel comfortable. It just
Driving
makes me
Uber,
mad. It's not
driving
about
like
you.
going somewhere. There could be a lot of reasons why they don't want to
Right.
take it on or off.
Who knows that
like,
they have a kid in the backseat
who
that they can't
cares?
see?
Yeah, like who cares, man? Like what?
Who cares what
like,
people?
Shouldn't the
Right.
person that has a mask on have liberty and freedom to wear a mask? Like I thought we were all about personal freedoms here.
Exactly. That was my next point. And I was like, isn't it that their freedom? Ugh.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just want to say real quick, thanks. I really learn a lot from your live, so I appreciate you being here.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
And I know this is your live and you do what you want, but people really need to stop giving Liam a platform. He just needs to stop. It just needs to stop.
You know, like it's weird, guys. I will say, like, even for, you know, people that he's kind of like the heel, you know, in the wrestling world, where he comes
Why?
on and like
Yeah.
people like he's not super toxic like that a
Ugh.
lot of people are, that they can be, and people can be like even more toxic than Liam.
You just haven't heard him enough.
Maybe that might be true. That could
But in all
possibly
honesty,
true.
he will try to get he will push you to get your life taken down. He's done it before, so just be careful with that
Okay.
one.
Okay.
I've seen him doing it often.
Okay, that might be wrong.
But
I might be wrong. That's fine.
no, I mean, he's just,
I don't, guys. I don't watch TikTok. You know what I mean? I'm like,
I
I'm
know.
live, and then I don't.
We all do.
Yeah, I
We
don't
all-
do it. So
I don't have a life. This is what I do.
But I think like, I have.
But I appreciate you, and this is all fun, and I
Yeah.
learn a lot. So, and in the chat too, I learn a lot from all you guys as well.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
I appreciate you all.
Yeah, thank you. I don't like the idea is not to just platform him.
Right.
The
And
idea
I-
is to like give pushback in a different way that he doesn't get pushback otherwise, right? And try to like challenge him and make him see things differently and try to understand like the point that I'm trying to make in good faith. And I think that you know, the thing is even if Liam himself is toxic or, you know, reprehensible or whatever, like he still has views that are that other people share, so they watch this and they still think that he's making a good point or something, so they still want
I know,
to
but I
see
also feel
people
like he
engaged.
does a lot of circles too.
Oh yeah.
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 He circles
I mean,
a lot, and I'm like,
well,
wait, I'm not
they all do.
understanding.
They all do, right?
Yeah, that's
They
fair.
all
That's
they all do.
fair.
In order to like, you can't like in order to hold kind of those beliefs, that you have to kind of like circle around, because
Mhm.
they can't really talk about a ton of different options. My thing when I try to talk to him is that we dive deeper on one issue, and we don't allow, you know, I don't let the hopscotching around. So
Yep.
I think that's the
Yep.
thing.
A lot of people are notorious for that too. They'll like to jump and skip, and then if they don't know the answer, or excuse me, or if I don't know, he'll jump, or a lot of them do, not just him, but just a lot of them jumps to one subject to another because they're like, oh, maybe he's right, and then I'm not gonna show him that he's right because I'm always right, and it's just, or whatever. Anyway, it's just one of those things that just watch out. He will
Yeah,
get you
I mean,
banned.
it is funny, but I mean, he's talking about, and it is very true. Like when I had like 400 followers, you know, like, and it was like,
I remember I was in that live.
oh really? Oh my gosh.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was
Yep.
wild. It was like
Yeah,
maybe
and then
10,
a couple
20 people are in there. Like
Yeah.
legitimately, it was like nothing. Yeah, because I would maybe after 5 hours get up to 100 people at the end of the night.
Yep, because a lot of people don't like him, so they
Yeah.
go in there and just try to bash him.
Yeah, so it was wild. And then all of a sudden people started piling in, and I'm like, man, chat's like going a lot faster than I was expecting. And then like, whoa, you know, and I'm like, what
Yeah.
is going on? So
Yeah.
that kind of like,
Yep.
you know, took it off. So yeah, exactly, Jen.
Yeah,
exactly.
like Olivia, Sweet Caroline, yeah, just like her, Olivia and Good Trouble and whatnot. We all
Yeah.
hate on him. So
Yeah, I
it's
think
just-
that was like that was our last huge push, Sweet
Yeah.
Caroline, from like
Yep.
2,000 to like 7,000, you know, that we've had
Mhm.
for the last like 2 weeks. Because I've only been doing this for like a month, guys. I think this is like my 1 month anniversary, like this week. So
Cheers
it's
to
been-
you.
Thank
and
you.
you have the patience of a saint, I'm telling you.
Oh,
You're
thank you.
good. You're
Thank you.
good.
I try. It's I am honestly kind of losing it with the anti-vax stuff. I really am. It's so frustrating to me,
know.
and like it's because they're not coming. Nobody's really coming at it with the real
Yeah,
good
my
faith
best friend
argument.
just had a kid and she's very anti,
Yeah.
and she's like, no way. And she wanted a water birth, couldn't have one because it's geriatric. We're like, I'm 40. She just turned 40. She had her kid when she was 39. Complications, things happen. She had to do emergency C-section. She didn't even want to have her kid wear a hat, beanies.
Mhm.
She wanted the kid to feel the earth. And I'm like, okay, your kid, not mine. I'm not going to say anything because,
Yeah.
you know, it's just going to be a debate that anyway, she
Yeah.
it was kind of like a blessing in disguise that she had to have a C-section, because she didn't want to wrap her child, her newborn baby. She didn't want to swaddle her, and
What?
I'm like, I know, because she wanted her to feel that with the earth, and I'm like, oh my goodness,
You can do
like
skin to
newborns are
skin.
not adults.
You can still
Like,
do skin to skin like that.
exactly, yeah, and it was just insane. And I mean, I love her to death, I really do, but I'm like, I can't. I I had to distance myself a little
Yeah.
bit, because like, yeah, I
It's
don't
very
know. But the
frustrating.
nurse came in and was like, "Why isn't your baby wrapped?" She's like, "Well, I didn't know." She's like, "This could kill your child."
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
just so I'm
they
I'm
jerk.
kind of
They jerk
glad.
and they could like fall over. It's
Yeah, so I'm really glad that like, and she, and she read up more on other, instead of like the whole mommy and me type, like,
oh, the coldness.
threads on Facebook and YouTube about that type of upbringing, if you will.
Yeah, Mrs. Dr.
She
G's all
started
about
looking further after she got scared. Yeah.
yeah, Mrs. Dr. G's a NICU nurse, so we talk about that all the time. So it's like really,
Yeah.
it is it's oh man, I yeah, swaddle the babies, exactly.
Yep.
I gotta read though. I gotta read on these studies. I'm so curious about them. I'm happy to actually get like a through line, because it is so wild, but we have to deal
It's
with it.
such a different universe, and like,
Yeah.
and I get it, all organic, all, everything's organic, everything's
White and
100%
beige
cotton,
and
and beige mom,
wood.
100% beige
Exactly.
mom. Exactly. So anyway, I mean, that's her life. You live the life. You want an organic child, by all means, you do that. That's your kid.
Yeah.
But vaccinate
Exactly.
your kid.
I know.
I mean,
Don't be selfish.
that's
God.
one thing, that you do whatever else you want, but just, you're gonna, if not kill that child, then somebody else's.
I tell people, there are as a parent, I have 4 kids. Okay, there's very few things in the world that that you're doing 100% correctly as a parent. Vaccinating your kids with all the vaccines, that is the right move every single time. Absolutely.
Yep.
That is the right move 100%.
And,
So
and like, I only have so much room to speak on being a parent. I, unfortunately, because of all the miscarriages I've had 7.
oh my gosh.
Lost my tubes, all kinds of
Oh
stuff.
my
I can't
gosh.
naturally
I'm
have a
so
child.
sorry.
And lots of therapy. It took a long time in
Oh
therapy
my
to be
gosh.
okay with it, but it's still not okay, but still to be able to not be okay, but to deal with it, to be me again without being in a depressive state, and of not ever being able to be a mother of my own child. You know what I mean? Sure, adoption's on the table, but that's not easy. IVF is expensive.
Yeah. It's
a long
you're
story,
still but you're you are a mom to that child. You are. That is like, adoption is a chance to be a mother to
Sure.
that child 100%. So don't
100%, yes.
Yeah.
And they do need to be adopted. So, and I'm
Yeah.
all about your body, your choice. I'm telling you right now, but I'm also, I can't be a mom, so I can't.
No, that's not
I'm
true.
a mom to everyone at my job.
You can be a mom.
They
You
even
can be a
bring me
mom.
flowers on Mother's Day. It's really cute. So
Oh,
it kind
that's
of warms my heart.
You can be a mom though. You can.
I know.
You can.
It just breaks my heart because I can't be, and then here people are not.
You can breastfeed. You can, did you know that you can breastfeed as an adopted mom?
I did not.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I had learn something new every day.
Yeah. So like you pump the same, and it happens, and it does happen.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did not know that.
Yeah, you're still a mom. You're still as valid. You're still as important. You're still everything to that little baby, and they're still gonna look at you the exact same way. They're not gonna know.
Don't make me cry.
No, I want you to know. I really do. So it is, and people need parents that want to have kids. So don't be down on yourself. Don't. You didn't do anything wrong, and it's gonna be okay.
Thanks. Well, I appreciate you.
Yeah. I think. Thank
And
you.
thank you, chat. You guys are all very sweet. That was very nice of you. I didn't come
Yeah.
here to
No,
this
it's
isn't about
okay.
me, but I
No, it's
appreciate it.
okay. Well,
Well, thank you guys. You all have a good night.
Thank you.
And Dr. Greg, keep up the good work. Your patience is it should be studied. I'm telling you.
Thank you. Thank you. I try, guys. I try. All right.
Thank you so much.
Talk to you soon.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Okay. 5-minute sickle cell lessons. Dr. Miss Rachel. Yeah, have fun. If you want to be a mom, go for it. Yeah, exactly. MJ1. Hi Lola. How's it going? Oh, and sorry, I just wanted to say real quick, Linda. I talk about your story. I don't not by your name, but like obviously I talk about you and your. Thank you so much for sharing, and your what you go through and stuff. And I think it's just, okay, yeah. It seems like yeah. Disconnect. Okay, I disconnected, and then we can reconnect.
Hello.
Yay! Hi, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
What's up? Pretty
Tired?
good.
Okay. Well, thank
Oh,
you for
hi.
having me. Hi, how are you?
Good.
So you do have the patience of a saint. I'm just
Thank you.
saying, like, I couldn't do it. But my name is Marissa, and
Hi, Marissa. I'm Greg.
nice to meet you. I'm a 5th generation sickle cell patient. So my family has dealt with illness since Reconstruction. Like,
Wow.
legitimately.
Wow.
So when we talk about, anti-vaxxers and vaccinations and whatnot, I don't know a life without them. Period. Like I have no clue, because sickle cell is a mutation that spent 22,000 years just trying to figure out how to bypass viruses. That's what it is. I know you don't know. It's okay.
Wow. Wow.
People don't.
Wait, can you just say that one more time? Just to.
Sickle cell disease, the world's largest hereditary illness,
Uh-huh.
is a 22,000-year-old mutation whose entire purpose is to bypass viruses. So when you think about how viruses are passed along, right? They enter into the body, they hop on a cell, and then they do their thing. Well, your cells live 90 to 120 days. My cells live 10 to 20 days.
Oh, wow.
So when COVID hit, like, to be perfectly honest, and not to be, a smart ass, but I wasn't worried. I wasn't worried. Like, oh, okay, you're gonna pass on by this body. For me, COVID was like, when you like watch like old mob movies, that like one kid that wants to join the gang, and they're like, no, you're too small. And then one day they show up at his bedroom and they're like, come with us. We need you to crawl through the doggy door and open. To me, that's what COVID was. It was that little kid, we need you to crawl through the doggy door and open it up for acute pneumonia, acute chest, and a whole other list of illnesses and situations. So having sickle cell, like I said, the whole purpose of the illness is to bypass a virus, but it makes us incredibly weak. It makes us have chronic pain, all of these things. So I don't know a world without vaccinations, and I don't know a world where I am not at a doctor every 3 months.
Wow.
So
are you getting IG infusions?
No.
Immunoglobulin?
No.
Oh, okay.
I am allergic to all blood product.
Oh, okay.
I survived a hemoglobin of 1.
Oh, wow.
I'm 7 papers. I mean, like, we could really get in the DMs and we can discuss this later, but
Wow.
like, yeah, I'm also an advocate. And I'm also one of the most privileged sickle cell patients in the country, which then would make me one of the most privileged sickle cell patients in the world.
Wow.
So when I think about this whole situation, I see it a little bit differently. So you go and you get vaccinated, right? Well, when do you go back to the doctor and get a checkup?
Uh-huh.
When do you go back to the doctor because, you notice something is wrong? Well, how long do you allow that something wrong to carry on before you go and check it out? I don't deny that being a patient is a discipline.
Yeah.
It is a true discipline. One does not, they're not born into this world learning how to take medication all day, every day, at certain times of the day.
Mhm.
Certain discipline. Keeping doctor's appointments with multiple team doctors is a discipline.
Mhm.
But my point is that how much of this is a fault on the vaccination and a fault on lack of preventive care?
Yeah.
Lack of you not going in and following up on, your health,
Yeah.
your yearly checkups, your child's health. I remember one of the first arguments against vaccines all had to do with autism.
Yeah.
And I remember watching, moms come on all of these talk shows and talking about it. And it was like, oh, this set in at 5. It set in at 7. Oh, we noticed something was wrong. We didn't really find out until he was like 8. But what were you doing in between those times?
Uh-huh.
And I'm not, and understand, I'm not saying in any way that you are at fault for your child ending up with any illness. It just
Mhm.
is. But I wonder, I talked to my MD about this, and his response is just people are bad patients, which I would agree with as an
Yeah.
advocate. People are bad patients. But how much of this really falls upon us as individuals not filling in the rest of the blanks because we got vaccinated?
Mhm. Hmm. Interesting.
You ever thought about that?
Yeah. I think that it is a bigger, like, the Denmark study did talk about that. It was really interesting where they couldn't use the unvaccinated people as the null group because the unvaccinated people didn't have a history of going to the physicians. They had no data. They had no way of kind of like um they didn't seek medical care for a lot of host of different reasons. So that's the reason why they looked at the different types of aluminum levels in the vaccine um itself. So I thought that was like a really interesting way um of doing that. But yeah, it's
And I'm not arguing against that
Mhm.
because you have to have some sort of scientific method.
Yeah.
You start out with a problem, right? But
Mhm.
once you pinpoint what you think the issue is, then it has to be tested. And then you find your failings in that and you retest and you adjust. And eventually you do have to spread out and look at other things, though.
Yeah, I wonder like how, if like medicine and if we're gonna have kind of like a chat GPT agent that kind of you talk to and you kind of talk about your symptoms and you say what's happening like over time, and then your MD can actually kind of like read those chats and like see like what symptoms that you're having, that kind of thing. Because I think that would be like a really interesting way to kind of be more connected with like an MD, but necessarily getting the answers, but then not having like a 2-day wait time on getting the things resolved.
Let's be clear, chat. I don't live in a dream world. I live in a world where me seeing a doctor is a very realistic situation that I have to go through. So, and I'm not saying to you, you have to go to the hospital or to the doctor every 3 months. I'm saying you keep your regular scheduled yearly appointment. And when you notice that something is wrong with you, you know, call your physician or you call whomever. That's all I'm saying. I'm not blaming people directly. I'm just posing a question
Yeah.
because nobody has brought up that side of it, at least not for the 2 hours I've been sitting here listening. And when I hear these conversations in other places, no one talks about that.
Yeah.
It's always, oh, we're going to go back and blame the scientist. Well, respectfully, the scientists don't always understand, the groups that they're making these vaccinations for. They don't always understand the people they're creating their treatments for. And what I mean by that is that you don't interact with like a lot of people. You kind of doing your thing because you're the scientist.
Yeah. The
You
study.
know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at some point it has to cross over into the connection with the patient or with the population, however you word that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's such a hard thing because I think that adding more friction as a physician, or like, for example, like a vaccine, like I would take one every 6 months, like I would love to get a booster every 6 months. I think that would be so cool. Give me like the latest and greatest like sequence and constantly be up to date. And taking a shot is so easy, and it's such an easy way to get all that my antibody up to date with whatever is happening. And yeah, man, I think like I would love to have that, but I think that people just have more of a proclivity, and it just makes more sense to do a 1 year shot for everyone. And even though you have like a 2 year, you actually have like a 2 month like window where it's good for like 10 months, and then the last 2 months you kind of wane off. So it actually is not even good. It's not even 12 months of protection necessarily. You should be getting it every 10 months, but people do it once a year. So even then it's like, getting your boosters is a good thing. And we should maybe even do it even more often, kind of like be more in tune with our physicians and more in tune with our healthcare providers.
I mean, I can't speak to getting a booster every 6 months because I haven't really read up on that. But if that is what again, you go in for your yearly checkup, and I'm just saying that there are symptoms and there are things that can be caught at the beginning.
Yeah, I think in general we're just talking about like proactive ways that like a more personal and interactive healthcare system could catch things earlier and do more preventative work so that things can get caught earlier. And I think that would, there's just the, I think I totally agree. I think like a ChatGPT thing is probably where people are going to go with that.
And I would agree with you. 10 years ago, the sickle cell community, we launched basically we sort of pulled in a national pool where we all just sent our medical records, and a company called Picnic Health supported this project. And so we sent in all of our medical records, and they did their thing comparing and all of these people from all across the country, because the government doesn't really track our population. Because, well, we won't get into that, but they don't really track our population. They're just now beginning to do that.
Okay.
But yeah, so Picnic Health was the private company that gave rise out of this, and with the NIH and the CDC. And within the decade, we had multiple new treatments. Treatments that, I mean, we have not had a treatment just for us ever in over a century. Never. We've
Wow.
always had what I call trickle down medicine.
Hmm.
So I definitely think that when you join, or when you put our technology to use, it can be very helpful in that way, and especially to scientists, because you all are all about, statistics and numbers, and
Yeah,
that's where you start,
for sure.
right? So that would give you a pool that's far larger than anything that you could ever reach physically. Oh, that's cute. Um,
Thank you, Susie.
but yeah, and just think of all of the information you would have access to, and all of the branching out that you
Yeah.
could do from there, because that's another thing. Sickle cell is used as the foundation for other illnesses and
Mm-hmm.
treatments,
Interesting.
because we are so different.
Yeah.
Again, your cells only live 10 to 20 days. I'm 48 years old. Don't look it, and it's not the melanin. That's what
New
it's not.
cells. They're brand new cells.
New cells. No, really.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
found that was like one of the, like the after, I call it the afterthoughts. That was one of the afterthoughts. So I think that collection of data is really important. But I
Yeah.
also think that as people, we have to take responsibility for the things that we can do to make our health better.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
and
Be more proactive. Yeah.
yes, 'cause I, like, someone was speaking to kindergartners being like the germ pool.
Yeah.
Elementary school in general is the germ pool, right?
Sure.
But even if you just take something as simple as a cold, parents send their kids to school, the kids like, I don't feel good. Oh, well, you don't have a fever,
Mm-hmm.
so you're going to go to school. And now you are giving all of your germs and granimals
Yeah.
to everybody else.
So bad. So I don't know what they do at school, but they're like, everything is everywhere all at once. It's awful.
All day, like all day.
Yeah.
And, I now understand why back in the day, if one kid got chicken pox in that like 2-room schoolhouse, everybody was sent to get chicken pox in that 2-room schoolhouse. Like I completely understand it.
Chelsea, thank you
But
so much.
this is what they do. I mean, they're little kids and they don't have full control. Their parents do. And
Yeah.
parents are not always, I think, in that mindset, especially if they're a new parent,
Mm-hmm.
that they know, looking at their kid, like, oh, yeah, something's not right. You will stay home today.
Yeah, yeah.
It takes some time to kind of work that out. Just because you're a parent doesn't mean you pick up on details of your
Mm-hmm.
kid super quick. It's a learning experience like anything else. You said you have 4 kids,
Yeah.
so you understand.
Yeah. Yeah, you know when they're lying for sure. They're like, what? But you also know when they're really sick, which they definitely. I think that you're onto something. I love that. That was such a cool perspective that you have, and yeah, I would love to learn more. And yeah, thank you. So thank you for coming on, and thank you for sharing your experience and your perspective. And yeah, I'd never thought about the virus and the sickle cell connection before, so that means a lot. So thank you for that. Thank you for educating us about it.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me, and you all have a good night.
Awesome. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. I think that's it. I went way past my hard stop of 1. We're way beyond it. Craig, it's gonna have to be tomorrow, bro. I'm sorry. Yeah, I would love to get my DNA modified. I do genetically modify organisms for a living, brother. I would love to do that. Yeah, that was so cool. I'm so glad that we went past because that was such a cool slate of people at the end there. That was really fun. Thank you. Thank you for Marissa. Thanks for coming on, teaching us about sickle cell. I had no idea. That was really cool. Really, really, really interesting. I want to learn more. I got some reading to do. Chelsea, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing. We got the ads. I don't think we've done this all night. I'm so bad at this. Ducray's going to be so mad at me. Chelsea, our last subscriber. That's it. Allison, thank you for the top gifter. Thank you so much. Susie coming in hot at the end there. Thank you so much. Kathleen, thank you. Jen, thank you. Frankie, thank you. Priscilla, Linda, Ado, NB, Kami, thank you so much. To the top likers, thank you so much. Ado, 31,000. What is that? What happened, Ado? What a monster. He's just playing World of Warcraft on one hand and then the other hand tapping away. Jen, 20,000. Mrs. Dr. G, what? 9,000? That is definitely something's going on there. Alina, Atif, R4, 6,000. Incredible. Helen, NB Kami, Souls, thank you guys so much. Hey guys, guess what? My link tree has a link to my YouTube. My YouTube has been completely revamped. It's the highlights best of conversations, okay? The best long conversations that I've had, 30, 45 minutes, an hour long, the best stuff that's what it's all about. And that's a really cool thing to watch. Doing the dishes, chores, car, put it on. You guys know how to do it. You guys didn't know how to do the thing. I don't know how to do the finger heart thing. I don't know. I can't, my things don't fit that way. Or like this thing. Is that it? I don't know. Can't do it. I can't do it. Can't do the thing. All right, but I think that's it, guys. Thank you guys so much. What a show. I can't believe it. We did it again. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you for being here. What a great show. I think that was crazy. I think we averaged over 350 people the entire time. I can't believe it. We're just another day, another jab, another 68 people in the community getting vaccinated. Hey, if you get vaccinated tomorrow so then you can get that thing up, okay? We need to get this up to 100. We need to get it up to 100. All right? All right. And we'll talk about probably vaccines and COVID and more tomorrow, probably. I probably will, guys. I don't think it's ever going away. I think that's just like I don't think we're gonna go away. It's never gonna go away. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. Public health is important. We gotta fight. We gotta fight, guys. We gotta keep strong. We gotta keep it strong. Okay, we're already doing it. It's already. We gotta go. We gotta go. It's over. Cut it. We're done. See ya tomorrow. I'm gonna do jujitsu tomorrow morning. I can't wait. I'm gonna do jujitsu. I'll see you on the mats. See ya. Peace. Have a good one. Bye. See you tomorrow. Same time. 9 o'clock. See ya. Bye.